Hello, I guess. Welcome to the battery show. I'm the only one here, apparently. Hello, Twitch. I'm the only one here. Looking for a pair of pipes. Ooh, that will work. Oh, big. Ew, that's not it. Yeah. I'm like, runners. Look, I cut some dang blackberries. Find something to pull these. 8 fuses on the, 9 fuse, no, 10 fuses on the input board. But I have no way to pull. Comes in, these. No, so it's here. Well, I'm gonna have to go in the house real quick for pair flags. I don't have any out here.
Hello! Hello! So battery's leaving and then he's going to come back. Let's see, how many lurkers do we have out here? 1, 2, 3, 15 lurkers. Come on! Come on! All right, Hawks. Sorry. I'm not here either, actually. But I'll talk to you guys if you start chatting in there. I'll talk with you. So, yeah. Yep. Just think of that. Hello, Valentine. Thank you for talking to me. So, what are we having temperature wise out there in your neck of the woods, Valentine? Pretty hot like it is here.
'91 here.
Battery!
What?
Battery!
Yeah, going.
Woohoo!
How's it going?
Woohoo! Where are you?
Right here.
So 80 degrees in Michigan. Wow. I guess that's not bad. That's a lot better than here. We had about 97 roughly. Now we got clouds, and the clouds, I usually when we get clouds like this, it traps it all that heat in and it stays hot all night.
Yeah, that sounds like a recipe for Muggy.
But 80 I could live with.
91 here.
I must be like maybe I've got Arctic DNA or something. The cold doesn't bother me at all. It's just the heat. I can't call myself a short, fat, white guy anymore. I found out I lost a lot of weight that I wasn't aware of, and
Yeah.
I weighed in up at the VA, and it's like, holy crap! The last I weighed myself, I was like about 202, somewhere between 199 and 202.
Yeah.
I dropped down to 190 pounds, man. 190 pounds. I
Yep.
keep this up, I'm gonna be like Aaron the tires.
I don't know if I can save that piece.
So it's been nice there in Michigan. Are you in southern Michigan, central, northern?
Oh, Oregon.
Valentine is in Michigan.
Come on. Hey, Bill.
Southeastern, okay, gotcha. Probably similar weather to Ohio, I'm thinking. Well, I'm glad you guys have had rain and cooler temperatures. I wish we would have the same, but it's coming. It'll come.
Okay. Save that piece.
You know what?
Yeah.
On StreamYard here, battery. Uh, I don't have an image of you. All I have is a blur, and I don't know if it's just StreamYard being StreamYard, or if anybody in the chat can see you, has a full view of you. There you go.
Anybody see me?
See you now.
Oh. Well, I went and looked at the chat.
Kind of look like a jigsaw puzzle.
Trying to trace down a inverter problem. I got this inverter yesterday, and I have no power on the output.
And your voice is as choppy as the image, actually.
You're right.
Uh-oh. I'm all by myself. Help! Valentine, you could see him. Okay. It must be just up here on the panel. It really drains a lot of data. Use a lot of data. That's why. Okay. Thanks for the report, Hawks.
Is that better?
Well, they say you sound fine and you look fine up there. It's probably just me up here in StreamYard. I don't know. It must be an overload of data, or T-Mobile is throttling me or something.
See. You don't see what I'm
So I'm listening.
doing. Come on. Ah, dang it. I wish I'd find a bad fuse. I know where the problem is. Bunch of 40 amp fuses. Almost broke one.
I don't know. Maybe it'll straighten itself out. I'll just hang out.
Maybe. Well, I wouldn't say I have a perfect voice.
Do you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Oh, wow. It's on my receive end, though. Come on.
Come on! Can't do an Aaron voice without hurting my throat. What is this? All right, another good fuse.
So, anywho, hear my dog?
Yep, sound like a hound.
Yeah, she's a hound.
Okay, all fuses are good, but I'm not getting power on the output. Got me stumped. And I looked at the MOSFETs on the output. They look fine. Of course, they got heat shrink on it.
Squirrel!
Really can't tell.
Squirrel!
Free bacon. Man, this is really hard to get to. Yeah, I'm a tech today. I was live, but I saw the notification, so I came here. Shut my screen down. Not as well known as this one, so everybody comes here.
Squirrel! Squirrel! Get it! Get that squirrel.
That's squirrel.
Yeah, that's Ruby. She's my buddy.
I got 10 of these.
Look how dry my lawn is.
Mine's still green.
Look at that.
Of course, it's very tall. Need to
Looks
cut it so
bad.
that I keep down the fire danger.
Terrible.
I need to cut mine down and water it.
I swear we're turning into a desert here. But we do have some pretty decent clouds forming. Let's see up here.
Thunderstorm.
Yeah, I see the clouds.
Oh yeah, those don't look like rain clouds.
Yeah, look at that. Every direction. Clouds, clouds, clouds. I hope they do something.
They look kind of thin. Yeah, I can see the sky every once in a while. I don't know what's above that. Yeah, all the fuses are good.
Wizard never comes on this early, does he?
Who knows? I know you might.
Problem is when they started the stream late and then shut it down, I can't stay because I got to get up early in the morning.
Well, I can go back live again.
What's that?
I can go back live.
Still got a little daylight going here, though, but
Yep, here too.
yeah. It wasn't like this earlier today. I mean, it was just straight sun.
Same here.
And these clouds weren't predicted either. From the magicians over at the Weather Channel.
Yeah, looks like I might be calling the manufacturer of this thing.
So how? Oh yeah, that you must have your grow light on because you're all pink.
Yeah, it's right up here. We got plants underneath it right now. If it bothers people, I can turn it off.
Yeah.
Hope it bothers Dawn.
So what's your temperature over there, battery?
91.
91?
Yep. I got a fan going behind me.
Oh yeah. That helps a little bit. And you probably have shade and stuff. I don't have any shade. I don't have a single tree in my yard. Neighbors have trees.
We got one tree. It's under 2 feet. I don't think that's going to do much.
Some of the neighbors' trees hang over into my yard. I have a hell of a lot of leaves to rake up every fall.
I was short one fuse. I'm like, what the? He's a bad one. Dang it. I cannot figure out what's wrong with it. It's got a ton of diodes in between the input and the output. Yeah, that's needed to create the waveform.
Yeah.
Okay, all the fuses are back. I need some longer cables so I can hook up to the power.
I got a question to ask you. Does the Air Force have any rocket or missile defense systems that they operate?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not talking about big stuff, but I mean just like multiple rocket launcher systems or anything like that.
Oh, yeah. You mean like portable launcher system?
Ground to air stuff.
Not a whole lot. We usually have the Army to protect us.
Yeah. Yeah, I know we have it.
And we have the air traffic controller. That's our special forces. Dumb name. Yeah, I got to plug this stuff back in.
Because there's the U.S., well, Biden is sending over to Ukraine, I think it's already arrived there, a real serious ground to ground or ground to air, however you want to put it, missile system that is more powerful than any of the MRLS or HIMARS. It's more powerful than the HIMARS. And they say that when it gets in use, it'll be able to knock out anything all the way to Moscow. Instead of 30 kilometers, it'll do over 300 kilometers. I was just seeing that today. Thought that was kind of fascinating. I'm trying to get up to date on all that stuff.
I'm paying attention. I just oh, trying to get the space back on so I can put it on test. Sure, ground wire back on. I don't have a ground for this.
Well, I'm probably not too good at company up here.
There's very many. Maybe too early. Ox mustard is the only one here.
Everybody must be over at Aaron's.
I have a Twitch channel and a YouTube channel. Do I need to have StreamYard connect them?
I couldn't understand. You're breaking up so bad right now, Battery. I'm sorry. I know the chat doesn't see it that way, but it makes it very hard for me to understand anything what you say.
And garbage.
And I can tell you it is hot as heck right now. I got sweat running down my face.
How hot is it?
The hounds are out. You were in Germany. You remember when they say "Was ist los?" You say "Hund ist los." My dog. My dog is mein Hund. Kommen Sie her, Hund.
And it's too dark.
Yeah, my German probably sucks really bad right now.
Yeah, I haven't used mine, so mine sucks too. Wow. Took some skin off somewhere. Come on. Get in the hole. Dang it.
I haven't spoken German in a long time.
Same here. I got to relearn it.
Seems like nobody likes the Germans.
I loved it though.
Oh yeah, I've had people like, oh, I don't care about German. You know, I don't want to know anything about it. Okay.
Merkel's gone, right?
I know Colonel Shaw doesn't want to know anything about him.
Flashlight.
And now Chat went back to sleep again.
Yeah. I got it in. All right. You know, they might have a miracle and this will work.
So you remember the story of Jack and the Beanstalk, right?
Oh, yeah.
Of course you do. You
Yeah.
remember Jack and the Beanstalk? Okay. Well, I'm thinking of stories that I'm going to tell my grandson when he gets old enough. And one of them is the story of Jack and the Beanstalk. And there's the short version, the mid-sized version, and the long version. The long version is the most detailed, and it's my long version. It's not like it's a specific story that you have to stick to every single word, and
Beautiful.
so pretty interesting story. It actually is an interesting story. And another thing about that story, it's one of the oldest children's stories that didn't start out as a child story. It started out as a pre Greek story, Jack and the Beanstalk. I don't know if the name was called Jack, you know. I mean, we're using English words, but it is an ancient story that goes back beyond the ancient Greeks. It's really pretty interesting about a giant that lives in a castle way up in the sky. And the old man that sold Jack the magic beans, the old man was, there's, I don't know, you have to like think into it. Jack and his magic beans. And he had to sell the family cow to get the beans. And his mother was very angry with him for selling the cow because that was going to be their bread and butter. That was going to be their literal livelihood, was that one cow. Well, as the story goes, he found a chicken that laid golden eggs when he was up inside the giant's castle. He slithered in under the door, a big enormous crack that was in the door, and he saw this giant eating. Huh?
I gotta add power to this thing. I have a portable battery.
But the sounds that the giant made while he was eating, I mean, he sounded like a ravenous savage. But I'm just talking, filling in some space here. So he climbs up In the long version, he literally climbs up the beanstalk 3 times. The third time, he gets the golden harp, and the golden harp starts playing really, really loud and wakes up the giant. So he hurries up and scampers down the beanstalk. And as the story goes, he gets to the bottom of the beanstalk. There's a lot of things that go on between the scenes that are left out in the original long version. Yeah, the harp talks, and the harp can move by itself, by the way. In fact, the harp even went down the beanstalk right behind Jack. And this giant had been stealing from the people in the little village where Jack lived. And he finally gets down the bottom of the beanstalk, and the axe that his mother left in the tree stump was wedged right in there. And he grabs the axe and starts to chop the beanstalk, and it falls, and the giant falls with a giant thud that made the entire ground shake for miles and miles around. That's the long version, but that's only pieces of the long version. He was so big the earth shook when he fell, all the way from a cloud way up in this kingdom in the sky. And it goes back beyond the ancient Greeks. And it wasn't a fairy tale. It was a story, a legend is what it was. Anyway, so that's it. That's all I wanted to talk about was Jack and the Beanstalk, because I started growing some beans and it made me think of it. And I got a grandson that I thought, you know what, I got to come up with some stories to tell him. And yeah. So that's what grandpas are for. We're the old guys that know the freaking stories, man. I know how to put scary aspects to it. It depends on the kid, you know. If they're kind of sensitive to that stuff, I'll mellow it out. But the fee-fi-fo-fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread. Yeah, it was one of my favorites as a kid too, Valentine. Another little song that my mother used to sing. Sing a song of sixpence, pocket full of rye, 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie. Remember that one? Or am I the only one? Maybe I'm the only one. But if I tell the long story to a little kid, it does better for putting him to sleep. Because the end of the Jack and the Beanstalk story is his father had gone to sail away to a foreign land and left his mother and Jack, that fine little lad, to fend for themselves, because he had to fight for his country. And oh, your mother saying that. That's awesome. Or your grandma. Okay. The maid was in the parlor counting out the what? I don't remember. My mom could sing it perfectly. Sing a song of sixpence, pocket full of rye, 420 blackbirds baked in a pie. When the pie was open, the birds began to sing, "Isn't that a dainty dish to set before the queen?" Hey, I got to try to remember these things. Oh, hanging. Okay. Moggie's got it down. Oh my gosh, awesome. Awesome. You know, I think that the school systems tried to cut out a lot of the songs and stuff and the stories that we used to know. And if they didn't cut it out, they cut out parts of it. You know, the king was in the counting house counting out his money. Oh, and then, yeah, along along came a blackbird and snipped off her nose. The blackbird snipped the queen's nose off. Eating bread and honey, yeah, yeah. I like Moggies already. Moggies remembers that. That's so cool. Do you think they teach that to kids nowadays? I don't think so. Unless families pass it down to their children. And this is what families did. You know, we spent time talking to our kids and telling them rhymes and putting them to sleep. And you know, you didn't put them in front of a game or something and let them play a game or give them a cell phone or something when they were little. We had one phone in the whole house growing up. It was one of those ugly old black phones back in the 1960s. Maid was in the garden hanging out the clothes, and along came a blackbird and snipped off her nose. Nice. Nicely done. And you know what? Our ancestors probably carried those old stories with them to America. And I hope it doesn't die. I hope it stays alive with us. Yes, Moggies. Hey, Canoes. Good to see you. Now I learned some neat magic, or what am I saying? Some see my ex is she's Hispanic, and I dated a girl from Venezuela and got engaged to her before I met her. And so I learned a few uh, uh, Spanish stories too, uh, with little children. You know, like you know how we do the three little pigs, and you grab their toe and you say, this little piggy went to market. Well, we had one that we did. There was a Spanish one. It's un viejito, una viejita, and I can't remember the rest of it. But there's Spanish ones too that are really cool. They're really fun for little babies. Un viejito. And when I heard that, I heard I heard it also uh, that the Mexicans had the same thing. The Venezuelans and the Mexicans all knew that little thing where they do their toes and they say un viejito, una viejita. So I think it probably came over from Spain, maybe. I don't know. But my kids were brought up with English fairy tales and things. German. Hansel and Gretel. You remember the story of Hansel and Gretel? And what was that other one? Oh yeah, Little Red Riding Hood, Hansel and Gretel. Kids love that stuff when they hear it. But if they never hear it, they're never gonna remember it to love it. Yes, Moggies. I like that one too. I've heard that. How about the Itsy Bitsy Spider? Remember the Itsy Bitsy Spider? That one, kids like that one. Even Spanish kids. I mean, my little nephews and nieces and stuff. When I do the Itsy Bitsy Spider, they just think that's just it makes them laugh like crazy. Down came the rain and washed the spider out. Out came the sun and dried up all the rain, and the Itsy Bitsy Spider climbed up the spout again. Yeah, yeah, canoes. I was before you came on here, canoes. I was talking about the story um, of the Jack and the Beanstalk, how it goes back to before ancient Greece. The names have changed, but the story's the same. And the stories that they tell, in schools and everything are uh, so lacking. But they talked about the original Jack and the Beanstalk depicted Jack or depicted the giant with these sharp, sharp teeth, and it ate little children and it ate people. And it went down after Jack after he said "fee fi fo fum." I smell the blood of an Englishman. That was actually inserted as an English fairy tale. I smell the blood of an Englishman. But the fee fi fo fum was not. That was actually part of the original story. Fee fi fo fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's a lot of stories about giants and stuff. that are old that we tell our children today. And it's so cartoonish the way they say it now. But it actually was a pretty scary story. And every culture can relate to Jack and the Beanstalk. Maybe the name will change or whatever, but the story, it's the same story. Oh man, you know what? I showed you a picture of the clouds. I'm going to show you a picture of the wind storm and the dust that's going on right now. I've still got plenty of daylight. I'm glad we're streaming this early. Something's kicking up. I mean, they're just, yeah. And out in the distance, those mountains, that's all dust. See all that dust and stuff? These are the dust storms we get. I mean, everything is dry as a bone. I mean, dry as a bone. If you don't put water on it, it's going to dry. This is what our oak trees look like right here. You can tell it's something's blowing in. This was not even predicted. That was not even predicted, Canoes. I mean, it could go from one kind of climate to another in a matter of minutes here. That's climate change.
Yep. Climate change is real.
Yeah, we could actually turn into a freaking tropical rainforest overnight, probably. Yeah, and I have deer. I have deer that show up quite often here. They come running right down the sidewalks. Hello, platoon, Zoom, bait.
I shot a raccoon this morning.
Did you?
Hey, he was in my garden. And I told him he better run. I'm going to get the slingshot.
Oh. I've got one of those little masked bandits hanging around here too.
This is a different one that's been here. This one's much smaller.
Yeah. This one's a big nasty one. The first time I realized I had one, well, my neighbor told me that he had one kept trying to get at his chicken's eggs. My next door neighbor, the one that's on the other side of those oaks you saw, and he's got a chicken coop and a bunch of chickens and everything, and he told me about it. And one night, I saw my light go on, my motion detector light, and I saw this shadow. I didn't know if it was a cat or what it was, but it kind of had the arch in its back like a raccoon. And later on, I found its tracks and stuff. And yes, I have a raccoon that my dog wants to eat. My dog really wants to eat that raccoon. You seen my dog? You know, my dog is a hound, and my dog will eat a freaking raccoon right now. I know raccoons. I know raccoons are mean, but my dog is meaner. Yeah, winking, blinking, and nod. I forgot about that one. I like that. Moggies, I wish you could come up here and tell me the story of winking, blinking, and nod.
This raccoon was not scared of me at all. He'll be scared of me now.
Well, this raccoon better be scared of me because I got one of those cold steel Magnum blowguns. I'll stick a dart in him with a freaking big ass broadhead, and that thing will be toast.
I shot him with a clay pellet, but if
I would rather.
if he
I'd
comes back,
rather.
I'm hitting him with steel.
Honestly, I would rather live trap him, and I've already done that. We got it from animal control. I've live trapped them and taken them up to the mountains and let them loose, and they get nasty. Sometimes they'll come back at you. Once you let them out of the cage, they come running right straight back at you, like they're gonna freaking bite you. But I'm bigger than they are. I'm not scared. I'm really not scared of them. I've walked right up on bobcats, and I told them, "You got to go, get out, go," just like that, and they leave. They know I'm trying to give them a chance.
I rubbed some bacon on the raccoon.
I killed a badger one time, and I skinned it, and the meat, the carcass, stunk exactly like a skunk. I mean, actually worse. It had that really, really rancid, skunky smell to it. And I'm like trying to get the dogs to come over because I wanted the dogs to eat it because I didn't want to eat badger. And I felt kind of bad but I had to do it. And so I skinned it. And I skinned it and I salted down the hide and nailed it on a fence to dry it out. Come back the next day and the thing was just maggot infested. And there was literally holes in the skin. I couldn't even use it. I'm like, what did I do wrong? All I had was table salt. That was what you did wrong. You used table salt. You're not supposed to use table salt. What? And it got ruined. Beautiful hide, but it stunk to high heaven. What I was going to do is I was going to salt it and then tan it in these oak uh, in oak because there's a lot of tannins in oak. Because you just saw we got lots of scrub oak around here. They're different type of oak than what you got back east and out there where you live. I don't think you have a lot of scrub oak. Do you have scrub oak in your area?
No.
You've got like live oak and yeah, Oregon's got some awesome oaks. These are scrub oak. They produce acorns and everything, but the tannin content is real high in them. So if you're going to eat these,
weird tree.
Huh?
Live oak is a weird tree.
Oh, really? If you're going to eat these acorns, you've got to soak them for like at least 3 days. And then the ones that are floaters, you toss them aside. The good ones will sink to the bottom. And you could take acorns. I mean, There's no reason to not have food because we've got food all around us. Like I'm saying, acorns, a lot of cultures in this world have used acorns as a staple.
It's a
And,
grain.
huh?
It's a grain.
Exactly. Well, you can, but it doesn't have, it's high protein, but low carb. So it's going to give you fats and everything else. It's amazing. It'll keep you alive. Acorn cakes? Oh, man. Oh, man. They'll keep you alive. The Indians and the Scots ate acorns. Acorns, Boggies, acorns. Every acorn is edible. There's not a single acorn that you can get that's not edible. What do you think I got all these squirrels for? Because of the acorns. If we didn't have acorns, there wouldn't be any squirrels around here.
Somebody's feeding them here.
Well, my next door neighbor, he's trying to nail them with a blow dart because he's got a garden, and we tried to. He's got a blowgun, and I've got a blowgun, and the problem is they come and try and dig up your seeds when you plant a garden. I planted a bunch of mammoth sunflowers, and probably what I should have done was I probably should have germinated them first and then put them in the ground. But as a seed, the squirrels will smell it and they will dig them up and eat them. Filberts. I don't have filberts here. I like filberts.
What's the filbert?
They're back east. It's a nut. Filberts are nuts. And hazelnut. I love hazelnut.
Oh, me too. Over my coffee.
Yep. I like hazelnut cream. That's what I had this morning, actually. I had
I got
hazelnut cream.
coffee.
Yeah.
I haven't tried it yet. I bought a pound of hazelnut, a pound of vanilla. So we're mixing them together. Make hazelnut vanilla.
You know, when I was down in Florida and on the border of Mexico, I could buy all the vanilla beans I wanted for super cheap. Vanilla beans are cheap down there. Here, they bring a lot of money. So, anywho, huh?
How do they make vanilla white?
Yeah.
It's not white.
No, it's not. It's brown. Yeah, amber. Kind of brownish amber.
You get vanilla flavor and it's white.
Yeah. Yeah, I love vanilla.
If you get the pure vanilla, it's a liquor.
Well, Jack says he was, I think he was vaping vanilla, some kind of vanilla vape or something. And he said it made him not even crave nicotine. So,
Good to know. Well,
yeah,
I don't crave it.
you don't
I
smoke.
one day and I never took it up again.
Oh, okay.
I was only doing it on the weekends. And then
Well,
one day, we come in Monday, and we decided to do. We were going to do wind sprints. And I was dying. I was coughing up phlegm.
oh,
I was like, well, that's it. Never touching another one again.
Well, there's Indian tobacco. We call it coyote tobacco up here.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't even know what it is when they see it. So they just look at it as just some kind of weed. Sometimes they'll pop up in vacant lots, you know, and they're
Okay.
all over. And they're in Oregon. They're big
Yeah.
time in Oregon.
I
Huh?
have some. I have some.
Do you? Right
Yep.
on.
They're hard to
That's
kill.
that's a ceremonial type of tobacco. Coyote tobacco.
It's really hard to kill.
I reckon it would be.
I wasn't sure what it was. Man, it looks like tobacco. I looked it up and sure enough.
Well, they say it's a good smoke. It's not, like back in Kentucky where they got the great big leaf tobacco.
Fire
These
canoe.
coyote tobacco is a small leaf with little yellow flowers on top. And it's got the stalk that comes right up in the middle where it flowers. And you wouldn't even know it was tobacco when you walk upon it. You'd just be like, oh, there's just another weed. But they do pop up around here, and you take the leaves, smoke them, and high nicotine content.
These ones have big leaves.
Oh, coyote tobacco doesn't. There's a lot of wild tobacco that has big leaves. But coyote tobacco, it grows in Utah and Oregon, especially our two states. It grows a little bit in Idaho, some up in the southeastern portion of Washington, but and that it grows all the way to the coast in Oregon. Coyote tobacco. I think the Paiutes probably helped to distribute it.
I had a pleasant surprise in my garden. When I was working the soil, I didn't see any sign of purslane. But after I started watering, purslane's popping up.
Purslane, I've completely forgotten about that plant. Purslane, that's a good medicine plant.
Yeah, it's high in, very high in omega 3s.
Yeah, but it's a medicine plant. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nutritious too.
What's that, Moggies? What's east of the Cascade Range? I'm west of Cascades. I can see Mount Hood and Mount St. Helens on the way to work.
Yeah, so you're not in the Cascade Range, but you're in the Columbia River Valley.
Yep. Where it meets the Willamette.
Yeah. The Willamette, however you want to say it.
That is Willamette. I've gotten used to saying Willamette.
No, I think they say it that way in Oregon. Actually, I think you're right.
Well, the Indian reservation, the way you said it.
Yeah.
Willamette. Well, the inverter is officially dead. So I got to return it. Sucks. The only one they have on their site is $500. I paid less than $3 for this.
Mm.
The private seller. They saw the price go up, and then there was none left, so they jacked the price. It was It was $358 before they ran out, and now it's $500. Price gouging.
Yeah, they are. Well, they're price gouging, but they're price gouging because they don't know if they'll get any more in. That's why. You know?
I'm not paying 500.
Well, you know what? I think things are going to settle down in the future. Not super close future, but
I might have
I
to
think,
make one.
yeah, that's what I would do if I was you.
I need to figure out a way to get a circuit board of a 3,000 watt inverter. And have one made.
Yeah.
All right, Zoom. What is that? Radar? That's an app. Not somebody's channel. Oh, you mean Army radar? Sorry, it takes me a sec. I probably would have picked up Army radar if I wasn't wearing my glasses. Yep, it looks like Army without my glasses. I said Amy. Well, look, I've been using. What happened? Oh, there we go. I've been using this little cooler, but I found my other one. Much bigger. But I got to fix that one. It has a problem with the fan. It works. It just rubs on the plastic plate. So I got to rebuild that part. But inside there's a Peltier. The huge heat sink. And if I have to replace it, I got 10 more. You know what a Peltier is, right?
Snack? Who wants a snack?
Who doesn't?
Dogs want a snack? Who wants a snack? Come here.
It's got one of these in it.
One for you and one for you. Here you go. Now go lay down and be quiet.
I might get a big one on that. Big one of these. This is the only size I found. It's about 2 inches square.
Oh my gosh.
See the cooler I'm going to fix? I have to put a Velcro closure on it. This latch broke.
You know what happens when you try to bribe a dog with a snack?
I'm
They always want
more.
snacks.
trying to figure out a way to incorporate these on the wall of the shed and help keep it cool. I think I need a lot more though. Pump the heat outside.
GMC.
Yeah. He's calling Jimmy's. Now they have a special one they call Jimmy. Like a blazer. But we call them all Jimmy's. Pilot Studios. Did a mess. Can't stay on your lawn. Ah, actually, I'm comfortable. Yeah, Diet Pepsi. I can mix it with Kilbeggan. No, actually, no. I don't mix Kilbeggan. I think that's straight. Actually, I got some cheap whiskey. I got McCormick. That's my mixer. Learn to drink the well drink. Gotta buy gas. But I gotta test that device again for another week because the last fill up was 17 miles per gallon. 2 weeks before that, I said 34. I think somebody's not filling it up. I wish I could fill it up myself. I know how to do it.
So, battery, have you heard about the recent mass coronal ejection that's taken place?
No.
Yeah, that's from the sun. It's
Yeah.
a solar coronal ejection, and they're saying, well, actually, my actual source, not to just say they, which I think she's pretty spot on, and it's Mary Greeley, and she's saying that we've just had a mass coronal ejection, which is going to change. It's going to increase earthquakes, and they are, and it's also going to affect weather change.
Hopefully for the better. They've been going bad. Goes to get strong.
So, whatever's going on with the sun is having a lot to do with our weather right now.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
The sun's been pretty calm lately,
Well, we're headed for a solar minimum according to the experts.
when the solar activity increases, that's when our weather gets all ski wampas.
Well, being we're headed for a solar minimum, we want more activity.
Oh yeah, you could I would look into that about its effect on solar panels.
Maybe why my solar panels ain't charging so well.
Because it might cause a surge.
Yeah, I'm getting lower charge now. Weird, it got more sun. One of Wizard.
West Rock Coffee. I don't know what that coffee is. Never heard of it. Zoom said he had some kind of coffee. I don't know.
I keep getting advertisements for Black Rifle. After what they said about veterans on that live radio show, no, I'm not gonna buy it.
I like good coffee.
Yeah, but the people at BlackRock, they screwed up big time. They lost a lot of people, a lot of customers. And they
Coffee is, for some of us, it's an important part of life, my friend.
Oh, I have my. I'm looking to get a coffee maker put in my shed. Coffee's important. You need coffee.
I'll check it out when I get off the stream. Excuse me, I'm yawning. Oh my gosh.
Here's some of the other things going on that's going to affect the weather. The polar shift is increasing, and if it switches, we're going to be open to the sun's rays. We're going to lose a little atmosphere.
I think there is a shift. I think you're
Yeah,
right.
it's happening.
Yeah.
It's been increasing the past 5 years. I saw a YouTube video, a scientist talking about it. He says he sees a possible complete reversal in 10 months.
You know what I noticed, Battery? I noticed that the sun is not the way it normally is. I actually am getting sunlight on the uh, mossy side of the trees.
I'm getting on the northern side of the house too.
And moss doesn't need all that photosynthesis from direct sunlight, and it'll kill it if you get too much sun on moss on a tree.
The other day I was looking at the position in the sun. What the hell? It's too far north.
Well, I shouldn't be getting sun on the north side of my house at all,
Me either.
and I am.
In the past, I haven't seen that much sun on the north side of the house until the evening.
I never had sun on the north side of my house until this year.
But I have sun on the north side of the house at noon. Never seen
Something
that.
is weird.
That's got to be a shift. You know, when the poles shift, the axis changes. The poles are the axis. So North America becomes South America, and South America becomes North America. Already is if you have a South American globe.
I'm trying to make out what you're saying. Your voice is like a jigsaw puzzle right now.
Again?
Again. But it's probably my phone, so you probably won't do any better by jumping off and coming back on.
The other thing I've been noticing, you know, there's an undersea river current, freshwater. There's an undersea river, and it's fresh water, and it goes down south on the Pacific, and then goes around the tip of South America, and then goes back north to the North Pole. That current has been slowing.
What happens if we go into an ice age?
Well, if that current stops, we will. It has stopped in the past, and every time it did, an ice age.
If my storm patterns decide to switch directions, because I'm right in that part of the country where that does happen a lot, and we start getting stuff out of the north, it could get icy cold in summer. It's happened before.
Yeah, well, we've been getting currents from Canada pretty strongly. Most of our the upper air currents are from British Columbia and Alaska.
It could drop down to like 50s and 40s this time of year. Just start getting Arctic blasts just because the wind decides to, push the storms from the north.
We haven't really had to use our air conditioner, even though it's been very hot, because it gets down to the 50s at night. You just open the windows, and it cools everything down and keeps it pretty cool most of the day. As long as we don't open the doors too much. Good thing we're having a good sense home.
That's actually what formed the Great Inland Sea, where I live is. And that's why we have salt water. and why we have seagulls. At one time, this was a great inland sea. Now, the very fact that the seagulls have not left tells me that it's coming back, or they would have actually migrated out to the sea.
We didn't have seagulls for a very long time here, but with encroachment of man, the seagulls follow us.
Well, I think this great inland sea is going to come back again. It came back. I remember I painted a place that was they called it Saltaire. It was a big palace. It was in a kind of an amusement park kind of thing, you know. And they never expected this to happen, but it flooded, and the water was 12 feet into the ceiling, up toward the ceiling of the palace that was sitting out on the Great Salt Lake. And that happened all in like just a matter of maybe 3 years combination. Just a lot of a chain of events where there was a lot of rain for 3 solid years. It's like the Serengeti. I mean, they have a drought for 7 years, and then all of a sudden the rains come back, and all the animals come back. I think that's what happens here. I think there's some kind of a cycle.
Oh my gosh. I just got Andy Noe just sent a message. Apparently, a bunch of people were arrested on a radio show because they were trafficking children in Canada. Holy crap.
Because what happened is there was a big landmass that broke loose from thousands of years, or maybe hundreds, I don't know, of water, you know, pushing against it or whatever. Maybe an earthquake. Nobody really knows because it's not in our written history. So, you know, people have only settled this area the last 200 years. But there was this area that was, it actually broke loose, and it drained into the Columbia River. And a big, massive flood came down the Columbia River. And that came out of the giant inland sea called Lake Bonneville. And it went out to the ocean, and it drained this basin that I'm living in right now. But like I said, we've had flooding that, I mean, it was all the way up to the runways at the international airport. And fence lines and everything were buried. All you could see along the side of the highways, water was barely just kind of going over the highways, and there were fences. The tips of the fences, you could see the tops of the fences, maybe about 6 inches of fence sticking up out of the water. Everything was just flooded, man. And it flooded in the 50s. It flooded in the 80s. People don't pull their head out of their ass and realize that this lake is going to come back. It's going to come back with a vengeance, and a lot of real estate is going to get destroyed.
Are you in the Pacific Northwest?
Huh?
Are you in the Pacific Northwest?
I couldn't understand you.
Are you in the Pacific Northwest?
I'm in Salt Lake City.
Oh, okay. So you know about Salt Lake growing up.
I'm north of Salt Lake City. I'm just north of it. So I'm in the what they call the Salt Lake Basin. This was a big giant basin. In fact, I live at about 46 or somewhere between 46 and 4,800 feet above sea level. And the shoreline of this giant beachhead was actually right up to about 6,000 feet. So if I would, right where I sit right now, would be hundreds, thousands of feet deep below below the sea level of what this once was. This was big.
A
The
lot of
sand
massive
is
lakes have been drying up.
battery. The sand is still there. We can see the sand. We could see the beachhead. We could see the seashells. It's
Well, that's
there,
pretty cool.
and we see the seagulls. And for people to, just brush it off as, nah, it's never going to happen. The shit, it ain't. The seagulls have not left. They're still here.
Why would they leave it? Oh,
I'm telling you. I'm sitting on an ancient ocean bed, and I
for
don't
a
know how
while,
ancient
the
it was.
whole Earth
I
was
think it was probably right around 1200 AD, about when this drained. And what it was the aftermath of the great glaciers. And when the glaciers melted, all that water drained down into this basin. And then eventually this basin broke loose and it went out into the ocean through the Columbia River. Oh. Down into the Snake River and then the Columbia River.
Oh, okay. It's Thunder River goes up to Canada.
So you go on Google Earth and see how far and wide the salt flats stretch, and you'll get an idea on Google Earth. You can see it. And I know a lot of people built and everything, they made the soil fertile and all that, but this could actually wind up going back to being a giant ocean. Uh, Maybe not because they might have,
Yeah, right there.
well, where it broke loose. I don't know exactly where it broke loose. They seem to know. So I don't know where it broke loose, but it the waters have actually come up over the freeways and everything in the past. In the 1950s, there was some really massive flooding, and no amount of flood control can contain what is about to come. And I think it's going to come.
Yeah, we're not
And if that doesn't get us, then Yellowstone will. And if Yellowstone doesn't get us, something else will. I don't know. Nature has a way of wiping out the earth. If it needs to cleanse itself, it will.
nature renews. Got to cleanse it first. Cleanse it by fire.
Yep, I
But
I believe what you're saying. The first
Yellowstone,
baptism, the first baptism is the baptism of water. The second baptism is the baptism of fire. And this world will be baptized by fire.
as long as Yellowstone remains active,
That's what
we'll
I
have a good
believe.
world.
That's what I believe. I believe that I've heard this said, that there are two baptisms. There's the baptism of water, which we've had already. The second baptism is going to be of fire, which lines up with everything in the book of Revelations.
The
So
thing
it's going to be a shaking, a great shaking. Great winds are also a sign of the movement of things. Great winds and fire, those two things.
you don't have to worry about Yellowstone. That's the activity stuff.
Well, all you can do is all you can do, man. When it comes, we're all going to die at the same time, so what are we going to care?
It might not wipe everything out, but it depends on where the winds take it. The West Coast is doomed.
Like I said, when I went in the army, if I die, I die.
Yeah.
If I die, I die. Nobody knows the number of their days.
Yeah, the last day could come at any time.
Look,
People of road that way.
just like the Ghost Adventurer theme, that freaking theme, I guess, that I use. But the thing of it is, when I die, I'm going to be more powerful. That's how I look at it. I'm going to be more powerful. I can do more stuff.
Oh yeah.
Because,
You won't be constrained by the human body. You'll be free.
I'm not worried about dying. I'm not worried about anything. Not even dying. Nothing.
I'm a Christian.
Hey, good news though. Good news is here. I found out. I went to the VA, got a checkup, checked my lungs, checked my blood. I don't have a report on my blood test, but my lungs are good. My uh,
Kelly.
no, yeah, I'm happy. I got it.
I
I lost weight. I lost
just got a
weight. My
Twitter
lung.
response from Megan Kelly.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go get a photograph of my colon. You know, because I'm at that age, and everybody over the age of 50 should really go get a colonoscopy. I've had one already, and I'm gonna get another one because
I
that
need
was when I was 55, and now I'm getting, I'm gonna be turning 62, so I need to go get another colonoscopy. If you catch it,
probably
if
more often.
anything's, huh?
Probably should do that more often.
Yeah, I probably should do it more often. Yeah, I probably should. But I took a sabbatical from the VA because all the COVID mandates and all that bullshit. I just didn't want to go there.
I did. I had an optometrist appointment in the middle of COVID. Place was empty.
Yeah, there wasn't. Well, actually, it's a lot fuller than it was during COVID.
Yeah. I'm talking about when I went there in the middle of COVID.
But they still tried
2019.
to make me wear a mask, and
Place
I
was
I
empty.
pulled the mask down so I could breathe through my nose. I didn't obey 100%.
You bad boy. You rebel.
I'm a disobedient fucker. I'm disobedient. But I let him draw my blood. Yeah, I let him draw my blood. But no, you're not having my DNA. But I know they can get your DNA from your blood anyway, so. But they're just testing me for a bunch of different stuff. I want to see what my A1Cs are with my
Mine's under
naturopathic
7.
methods. Huh?
Mine's under 7.
My A1Cs and my cholesterol should be better with all the weight I've lost.
Last time I got tested, it was 6.7. I've been around
Why?
6.3 or 6.5.
Why are these lurkers not chatting? Come on!
I can't
Come
tell
on, lurkers.
how many people are in
We need some. We
it.
need some lurkers.
I had a Twitter response from Megan Kelly.
Sometimes they lurk and you don't realize. Wizard was telling me about that. He says, "Man, there are so many people lurking when it shows there's only like 3 in chat or something. There might be 20 in chat. You don't know."
Should say.
And I think that's true. I've heard other people say that too. There's people that are able to lurk and be invisible. And I don't know how they do it, but they do.
Super mods can do that. You can't see them.
It's like, for all I know, Miriam might be lurking right now.
He's not a super mod.
Huckleberry might be lurking.
I don't think they're super mods.
If we start talking about like, oh, I bet you if we start talking about free healthcare, all kinds of personalities are going to pop up. Free healthcare.
Free healthcare is generally bad healthcare.
Yeah.
Doctors do like to get paid.
Hello.
Cars and homes.
Good. This lady's walking this giant mastiff by my house. I had to say hi to her. Sorry.
Oh man, I saw a mastiff. It was the size of a quarter horse. Damn, that's a big dog.
I noticed, Battery, how conservative ladies are so much more attractive than other types, you know?
We got
And I say other types, I mean that's like other types like could be even rhinos that are pretending to be conservatives. They get ugly too.
we,
I don't
we
know
got
how.
two,
Yeah,
we got
yeah,
two young ladies at work.
yeah. So you might
The
be
younger
thinking
one,
you're looking at a an ugly conservative, but no, it's a rhino.
we got two
Yep.
young ladies at work. One of them, the older one, acts like a child, and I can tell she's, one of those entitled liberals.
Yeah.
She's starting to look less attractive every day. But the other one, she wasn't attracted to me at all. But she's looking better. She's a conservative.
I got a feeling right about 9 o'clock or just after 9, Wizard's going to pop up. He wants to wait till the last minute. He doesn't like to come on anymore.
Who's that? I was reading messages.
Well, 9 o'clock is my time, and it would be 8 o'clock your time, and it'll be 10 o'clock his time. He comes
You're
on
on,
at
Mount-
freaking
you're on Mountain
10.
Time.
Wizard comes on at 10 or later his time.
A lot of people from Missouri listen. I really hope that black guy in Arizona wins.
You know a really good place if you were going to buy some good farmland, in my opinion, in Oregon, would be right around Bend, Oregon.
Yeah. Oh, of a lot of stuff to do there too. Bend has everything. That's a big city.
I bet everything grows there.
They have
Well,
farmland. They have desert. They have rocks. They have mountains with forests. You know, anything you think of. It's like California.
they have good dry farming, even in Bend.
We
They
have
even do.
hikes everywhere.
You could grow barley and stuff like that in Bend or around that area. You know,
Look, I'm trying to get free plants.
that would be a good place to either start up a brewery or a whiskey operation. If it was a brewery, you could grow hops. Hops will grow in Bend, but
Yeah.
it's colder. It's colder than the Columbia River.
Sometimes it gets pretty hot. In Central
Oh,
Oregon. Yeah, I'm trying to get free plants. I broke these branches off of the plants, and I put them in the ground. I'll hydroponic these guys.
the winters around Bend are a lot like the Dakotas. It's freaking cold as crap. But that would be a good place to live in Oregon if you were, as far as farmland goes, because it's flat, it's very farmable,
Madras
lots of
has
water.
soil.
Huh?
Madras has got better soil. Farther north, closer to Columbia. You know Madras? I worked there for a while. Actually, as a remote tech, we would go to Madras and work at the airport on the landing system. The company I worked for built the landing system there. It's not the FAA version. The FAA version, same one they've had since the 20s, just with computers. What we designed was a three-dimensional grid using GPS and the transponder.
Oh, hey, did you hear what Platoon is saying? He said Columbia, South Carolina had an earthquake.
Oh yeah, I saw that. He hears a lot of stuff that I never hear.
Man, I'll tell you what, I think South Carolina, the southern part of South Carolina, is right on that tectonic fissure, that big, not fissure, I would say probably a tectonic plate right there.
I have nothing on, and my battery voltage is going down.
Man, I hope you're okay over there, Zoom, because they can have some nasty earthquakes down there. They don't have them very often, but when they do have them, they are really bad.
Welcome in, Lucky Gator. Give him the link.
Lucky Gator, glad you're here. I'm glad Lucky Gator's
You
here.
need to get somebody else up on StreamYard.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be on here for very long. I'm going to catch that raccoon in the back again. I need to get up early.
Just be glad you don't have alligators.
Oh man, I was at a mountain bike race in Florida. Okay, I always wait for the laughter. There's no mountains in Florida. I was going around this one lake. It's on a college. And I was riding my bike around the lake, and I heard something rustling in the bushes. set up. I really did not want to meet an alligator.
I think Zoom has alligators.
Really? Not
Yes,
many
he's got
states
some-
have alligators. Maybe Lake
He's got
Placid.
he has swamps down there.
So he's in the south.
Yeah, South Carolina is supposed to have swamps anyway.
I don't know. I've been to South Carolina.
Swamps and forest. There's a lot of forest there.
Yeah, but it gets blown down in hurricanes. Start over. They got skinny trees. I've seen them on log trucks. And that was Alabama.
Yeah.
I was like, they harvest trees that small? I guess when they harvest trees, they just pick them up off the ground, put them on the truck.
You realize it's 9:07 and still he's not here. Wizard is not here. And it's 9:07 my time. And he's usually here.
Usually when he's here.
Yeah. It's 10:07 where he lives.
Maybe he's having Jenny problems. Well, I'm done working on this inverter. I'm gonna close it back up and ship it back to Amazon.
How'd you wind up getting on the stream anyway?
I saw the notification. I was doing my live stream and I saw the notification. Oh, I'm not getting anybody on.
I don't even know how I got on here.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's time I leave.
Bingo! I got bingo.
It's starting to get dark. It's 9:08.
Oh, that's the light.
I'll put the cam on. See, you can't hardly see me.
I got a rope light I haven't set up yet. It's like a neon. But it's all LED.
I'm sitting out of my truck because if I go in the house, the dog's going to bark. My dog likes to bark. And the other one, her bark is like nails on a chalkboard.
Little yapper.
Oh my gosh. I just saw my raccoon. I just saw the raccoon. Little bastard. I'm gonna try and see if I can get a live trap. I want to live trap the raccoon. I don't want to.
When I saw the raccoon this morning, the door to go under my house was open. So as soon as I shot him with the pellet, I went and closed it. I hope he didn't have family in there.
I'll flip the camera around.
Because that was a baby. And I saw those. There was one under my house, and it started chewing my. There's a piece of plywood there. It chewed a hole in it.
That's where I saw that raccoon, right in those trees right there. That little bastard just crossed the freaking tree line.
Throw them a package of sugar-free cookies.
Those are those oaks.
I
Yeah.
understood live oak loses
You know,
its leaves in the spring.
you know how I caught the other raccoons? Sardines.
Oh. It's hard to resist
Sardines.
fish.
Get the stinky, oily ones. Get the ones that are packed in olive oil.
I like those.
Oh my gosh. If you want to catch raccoons, that will catch them.
I came face to face with one in a tree. He was the tree had a branch like that, and he was right there in the middle. And I walked up to him and said hi, and he started hissing at me like a cat. The one we trapped did the same thing.
What?
He has a big teeth. Hissed at me like a cat.
I'm sorry, you are breaking up so bad.
I was at Fort Lewis and saw one in the crook of a tree, and I got close to him and he hissed at me.
When I
Well,
see you on there, you know what you look like right now? You look like a jigsaw puzzle. Honestly. But I
yeah,
know in the chat, they see you just fine.
yeah. So it's something in your signal.
So that's what matters. But I can't hear you. I can't see you. Sometimes I see you. You know, you come on clear, and other times you don't. I think I'm having data stream issues. Honestly, I think they throttled back
Well,
my data because I normally
I'm
don't
gonna
have this
go.
problem.
I'm gonna go. Tired.
Normally, I don't have this problem, battery. So
Okay, I'm
I'm
gonna
not
go
trying to
anyway.
be rude, but
No, it's okay.
I probably ought to jump off of here
Me too.
and go ahead.
I'm gonna jump off. I'm tired.
I'm going to turn it all over to Wizard.
Hey, everybody! Welcome to the game. How you doing? This is the great American experience. So this is your show, not mine. So grab a link, come on up, start the party, start the conversation, load those bowls, get your drink ready, whatever is your pleasure, and let's get the conversation going. Me, I'm on fire in the motherfucking bowl. It was a good day and got a lot done on some projects. So I just gotta find my fire. The fire. Go ahead, fire. I got fire. All right, there it is. Fire in the motherfucking room. You can't piss down my neck and tell me it's raining. I can tell you it's raining, but whether you believe it or not. Real time Martino. Hey, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. And take care, man. Hang around a little bit. What's up, Bruce Wayne? How you doing? Don Martino. Good to see you, buddy. Singularity, get your ass up here. Yeah, all your ass. The whole head to toe ass. Come on. Come on up here. Huckleberry. There's my Huckleberry. Oh God. How you doing? Rock on. Rock on. Dogs are barking. It's something terrible. Of course, we got a full moon thing going on here. The actual full moon's tomorrow night, but the moon is, you can't tell it's not full in the sky tonight. And dogs are just going after something.
How's it going, man?
All right, going. Fire in the bowl.
Dude, I was already there before I logged on.
Oh, yeah. Little link.
Yeah, they telling me it looks like I might have some skin cancer on my
Oh,
back.
yeah.
Yeah.
Rock
Had
on.
like-
What flavor?
I had like 7 biopsies done today.
Oh, wow.
Well, you know it's bad when the nurse says, damn, that mole looks frightening. I'm like, fuck it, I'm already scared. Stop. She's like, I'm sorry.
Right.
You don't know until they look at it under a microscope. So how you doing, man?
Just getting shit done, man. I reconfigured several of the panels on the roof of the house. Ran a system. I took 2 of my decaying batteries that it won't do 12 volt. I put 2 of them together, and I'm getting 12 volt now. Or at least that
Nice.
range. You know. So I'm using them as a single battery. Would be 24 volt if they were both operational. But between the 2 of them, I'm getting 12 or 13 volt between the 2 of them. So it's working out, I think. I think I'm going to be able to use it as a single 12 volt battery. I have a charge
Nice.
controller on it, and they got panels. I might have to do
You mean
a
with
straight
just
charge. Huh?
You mean with just a small solar input charger or something?
Charge controller. Yeah. It's a 100 amp
Rock on.
charge controller.
Rock on,
It's only
dude.
like, they're like 30, 35 bucks or something like that.
I would
but-
fuck it up. If I ever had to hook some shit, I'm just telling you. Drunk or not, dude, I would fuck
Well,
it up.
I got 4 panels, 12 volt panels on the roof.
There's no way.
Volts.
Do you
Alright.
realize how
I got
advanced
4
you are?
12 volt panels on the roof. We used them
Dude.
for that thing, and turn around and Yeah, that gives me 12 volt. Actually, they put down 18 plus volt. And that's about 36 amps. They're about 8 amps a piece, 8.5. So about 36 volts, maybe 39 or amps, I should say, coming down at 12 volts. So
Nice.
I can
nice
hard
job.
charge a battery. Yeah, I can hard charge a battery. So I might be
So,
able to.
but let me ask you, man, since I'm
Mhm.
following the conversation, they said on the news that most photovoltaic cells are made in China now because they need this certain rare
Probably.
earth metal. I mean, what in the fuck?
It's all silicon. No, it's not a rare earth metal. It's just silicon. It has to be done in a
But
vacuum.
the
And
technology,
the
I
crystals
don't
have to
know.
be
I don't
grown.
know.
No, they have to be grown and basically in a vacuum kind of situation. They're
Mm,
created and they're
some shit.
grown. Okay. And then they're cut and then they're, you know, they apply the metal strips to it and then they're laminated. That's it.
Oh, right.
Okay. That's how they do it. That's what they do. And especially for the poly crystal. The monocrystal is a little more of a situation with how they create it, but yeah, still, still a crystalline kind of creation.
So that brings up a question. What do you think about them growing those crystals in orbit, in outer space at 0G?
Which is the perfect environment to do that in.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why they've got the robots that can scoop up the material on the Earth, which is mostly silicon, off the surface of the moon. It picks up the surface material, heats it up, gets it into a crystal form situation, and has the spools of wire to just auto wire the stuff. So the thing just scoops up the Earth, the moon material and shits out solar panels, and that's all it does. It runs off the sun. So as long as it's
Wow.
and that's all it does. It scoops up the stuff, makes the panel, applies
It
the
could be
wire,
done.
and shits it out on the
Yeah.
ground, connected to
It could
everything
be
else it's
done.
already just created. Yeah, and it runs like that.
And build moon dust concrete domes for people to live in at the same time.
Well, they
Yeah, could all
can
be
build the
done.
robots to do that shit. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, and they have everything ready to go. Everything's programmed. They'll do
Dude, I had
whatever.
a real smart friend of mine on the phone recently. And he was trying to tell me that they have not discovered water on Mars. I'm like, dude, do you have the internet? Look it up. Right?
Yeah,
So
go to NASA.
here's the thing. It's at the polar ice caps. So why aren't we exploring the polar ice caps? Because they don't want us to know what the fuck
Right,
they're doing.
why ain't they doing that basin where the face is?
What?
Where they know
Wait,
they have
what?
geometric shapes in the ground under,
Yeah,
probably
there's
millions
that
of
too.
years of
I
whatever.
don't fucking know, dude.
What do they call that?
I don't know.
Aegeans, what is Aegean Sea or some shit. Anyway, but it's that place where the face is and those geometric pyramids.
Oh, that place, yeah, where they can see like a runoff of a river coming down off a mountain range
No, it's
into a
actually a
delta.
lake. It was
Yeah,
a giant
in the
lake or
lake.
inland sea
Yeah.
kind of deal.
Yeah,
And
I've
that's
seen
where
that
the face
photo.
was. The face
I've
was a
actually
man-made
downloaded.
island.
I've downloaded and studied that photo in high resolution.
Yeah, yeah. I watched all that stuff too. All the reports and all the scientists.
And you can tell it's water runoff. Even a little kid could say, hey, that's what sand looks like
The
when
face?
water's running through it, you know?
The face? I don't think so.
What?
I don't think so. I think it was created. I really do.
By what? Who?
Who the fuck knows? I don't. It doesn't look like it was natural. And there's
See, I
examples
don't know,
right here
man.
on Earth. There's examples of faces built into the landscape on Earth.
Oh, I've known about the face and all those
There's mountains
pyramids
down there near
a
Machu
long
Picchu
time
or
ago.
whatever the fuck it is. That Pumapunko or Machu Picchu. Okay, and the background, the mountain is the face
Oh,
of
you're
their
preaching
king
to
or
the
some
choir, my
shit.
friend. You're
Huh?
preaching to the choir.
So there's examples of that kind of construction going on here on this planet. So why would if that and we're seeing the same shit on Mars? What the fuck?
They
You
should
ever,
go,
you
but
ever
the
listen to or
polls.
read the Legends of Mu? Have you ever listened to that or watched
The
that or
legends of
researched that?
who?
The Legends of Mu, M-U.
Oh, that like the Book of Mew. Yeah, I read some of that.
Well, check it out, and then apply it to these giant faces on the planet. Places like who the fuck knows what's going on with Nazca lines? They don't even know who those people
Do
were.
you know? Do you know who I am, dude? I met Zachariah Zitchin.
You're Batman.
I got to shake his hand and sit behind the table right beside him and talk to him for like 15, 20 minutes, ask questions. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The late Zachariah Zitchin. And I hadn't read all his books. So
Yeah, Puma
don't preach too
Punku.
hard to me,
That
man,
whole
because
mountain behind that place is a face, dude. I only seen
dude,
like 2 people take pictures of it. Everybody else just scans past it. But this guy was talking about it, and it wasn't one of the ancient alien guys. I'm trying to remember the guy's name,
give
but
me a sec.
anyway,
I'm going to get
he
a little
went back.
smoke on something.
He went back and he did the scene like standing in Machu Picchu, and turn around and he turns around and then shows the landscape, and it's the face. It's the face with the big ass nose, and it shows exactly, you can see the mouth, the chin, the eyes, and the forehead. You know what I'm saying? And it's facing the sky. But and then you apply that to the face on the moon, or not on the moon, but on Mars. You start thinking I don't think it was accidental. Either one of them. I don't think it's a coincidence.
Okay, I'm back. You were saying?
Oh no, Bruce is dropped now. Ah, you remote viewing yet?
The fuck?
Singularity, hit the fucking link and get up here. Come on. For fuck's sake.
But dude, I have been places, seen things, been through shit that I can't explain. I could talk about it. Everybody would just think I'm crazy if I describe what happened. They'll be like, "Nah, what? What are you smoking?"
Well, what I did with the solar putting together that secondary solar system.
Now, are these
work.
like panels
Tomorrow
on
I'll be
posts?
setting up. I'll be making colloidal silver with it.
You told me about that before. Yeah, you know all about it in great detail. Yeah, absolute scientist.
Huckleberry says you're a wussy.
Yeah, I saw that, Huck. Hey guys, how's it going?
What the fuck's up with you, dude? How's it going?
So
Jacked up my back again. Hey man, how's it going, Bruce? I had to give you some. Oh, stop! I had to give you some guff earlier.
So you're laid up with your back, huh?
Again, yeah. Gosh dang thing. This time right in the center, so it's pushing the ribs out, trying to lay them flat.
what the hell happened?
When I was about 26, 27, had a bit of a incident on the rigs that jacked up my neck and back. And it's never recovered. And
You got some
every
discs?
so often.
You got disc problems, disc blowing out in your spine.
But
Yeah,
Join the
and I-
club, man. I've
You
only
still gotta
got
be
one
working, ain't you?
blowing out. You probably got multiple. I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry to hear that shit.
are you still working?
God bless you.
yeah, I worked today. I finished up
Fuck.
today. I'll probably tomorrow.
Stupid ass.
I know.
Pain
I
is the
know.
great convincer. When it hurts bad
Go
enough,
to a fucking hot tub or something, you know.
dude, when it hurts bad enough, you will stop working. Pain
Yeah,
is
well,
the
the one that
great
problem is
convincer.
with the shit he's got, Bruce, with the shit he's
Well,
got, if he fucks that up, it may not come back.
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying, man. Is it
You
worth
gotta take
going
that breath.
into
You gotta get
a
that back.
wheelchair?
You gotta,
Oh, hell
but
yeah.
just sitting
I
still.
couldn't do it.
Bruce Wayne, stop. Let me talk for fuck's sake. Yeah, I was going to say, Singularity, which I'm just saying this out of concern because I know back
No.
issues and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I
you
got you.
can't just lay down and just relax either. You need to be
Yeah.
like taking it hot to cold and hot again, to cold again. And you need to be doing workouts when they're warm.
Yep.
Just lift your shoulder off the ground kind of shit. Then the other one so many times. And then you do a crunch to bring your neck up. You know what I'm saying? Do your leg lifts. So you got your lower back building up too. Because you do that core back exercises and you also get rid of your gut at the same time. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? It'll tighten up all the muscles in the back and then you'll be able to function and heal.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's the thing with building the muscles. It's I've got to build them to keep it where it's at. It's been dinked up for so long, it's actually, if they tried to shove it back without doing some serious surgery, it could actually screw things up because it's got a memory. Your back is a weird thing. But, Bruce, you asked, what's that?
To take care of that, or if you don't take care of that, it will fuck you up. I've seen people go the other way.
Yeah.
But I got out of it
Bruce,
because of those exercises, man.
Bruce asked how many points. I have 17 points of compression and fracture. So within
Thank
that,
you, sir.
so
I'm sorry.
I done it good
Guess
when
what?
I done it.
Guess what? I've only got one, but it's at the bottom of the spine. It fucks up my whole damn walking and everything. So anyway, I have gone so bad as to sting myself with live honeybees on the heliostats. They have to be live so they can sting you. And it sounds counterproductive, but I did all the science. Like out of 7 different toxins in a honeybee sting, there is one which is the most potent anti-inflammatory known to medical science. That's right. It's crazy as fuck. Now you know.
Actually, I've heard.
You'd be like, dude, you do what?
And I've heard of some of that. It's a nerve stimulation that they do.
Yep.
It's all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
It sends all your white cells and antibodies to the area of the sting. So if you're injured at the same spot, you get the double whammy. Found that?
Right. It triggers an immune response situation and it heals all the rest of it right in that area.
But I went too far, dude.
Including
too far, right?
Including arthritis. Including arthritis. Bruce, for God's sake. Yeah.
So I met the guy that wrote the book. I actually drove to his house one day, hundreds of miles. He wrote the book it's called Bees Don't Get Arthritis by Charles Maratz in Vermont. Right? So he was a beekeeper and he welcomed me and I was like, what are you doing? You're so busy in your kitchen. Show me your beehives. He's like, no, dude, I'm baking pies. I'm like, dude, you're like 70 something. And he goes, just wait until you hear the doorbell ringing. And all these middle-aged old ladies will come in and go, sting me here. And they take their shirts off, nothing but a brassiere. And I'm like, dude, no, he'd be like giving them pies and shit. No shit. He was giving these old ladies pies. Have a nice night. Nothing bad went on, but he had their phone numbers. Who the fuck?
Hey, I take payment in pie anytime. There's a magic in that.
He was so cool.
Pie, yeah. You're not pie. We just take a lot of pie to get something done. But yeah, I get payment pie.
Hey, Zach. Hey, Huckleberry. Huckleberry. Yeah, I take a lot of or my bad, collagen. I actually take. It's got the 2, 3, and 4, and it's pure collagen. It's Dose and Co. I've actually got it right here. It's a big old container. Collagen ain't cheap, but it does do some amazing stuff. She was talking about wanting to try acupuncture. I wasn't impressed with acupuncture, but the if you go to one of the places that does the suction cups with the heat, that is actually pretty amazing. That gets the blood flowing, especially for your muscles. That works so much better than acupuncture, I think.
You damn right I work for Pi.
Dude,
Yeah.
how can you go with like how many discs are hurting your spine? If you even have one bad one, you can't fucking drive a rig. I couldn't lift a fork full of food to my mouth when my disc was blown out in my shoulders.
Well, see,
Yeah, that's how
and
bad it was. It was trembling. My hand would start shaking halfway to my mouth. The food would fall off the fork. You know,
yeah, I get times where I can barely even sign my name. The one in the neck does that bad to me. But it's misleading with the 17 points because it's actually only 6 of the vertebrae that are affected. But when they say there's 17 points of concern,
Yeah, depending on which section of the spine, C's, the cervicals,
Yep.
lumbar, there's what the coccyx stuff
dude,
like
my
that.
heart goes out to you, man.
it's amazing what a lot of people can do with it though. I mean, they've kept me going good, and yeah, it just one of those deals. Got to work through it. I figure I'll work through it till I drop. There is the neck freaks me out because that's one that Emerald was talking about. That there's no recovering from that. If that goes, I'm in deep doo doo because that's lungs, all sorts of stuff. That's the one that they keep telling me I need to stop because of.
Yeah, don't let your neck go, man.
Your fingers start getting raw, or you start feeling that numbness in your fingers.
Good there. Yeah, good there right now. I don't have that again.
Oh, I got that.
Sorry
again.
about that. Oh,
Yeah,
you do?
I've got my thumb again. Yeah, I guess I re-injured it because I've been doing so fucking much.
Well, and it sucks.
So far.
And you got to be careful because when it gets to that point, you don't know if you're burning yourself on something. Like if you're working around hot metal, you don't realize if it's burning through until it gets so deep that yeah, it sucks.
So, dude, I don't know how old you are, but you're thinking about, just retire, man. Just relax. You've done your share.
Yeah.
I was forcibly retired. They fucking made me retire. They made it so I couldn't get a fucking job in my fucking anywhere. Not even fucking McDonald's, dude. I couldn't get stock boy at the local farmhouse, a farm store. Yeah.
Join the club. They won't let me work at Walmart as a welcomer. They're like, no, you're too smart for this job. You're singing my song, Wiz.
If you're a liability on their comp, they won't hire you. It's tricky to get by.
And I'm PTSD listed disabled by Social Security, but they won't give me a fucking check.
Fuck Walmart. I'm sorry. Did I just say that? This must be America. Thank you, Wiz. I feel your pain. Oh,
you were talking about driving a rig. Driving the truck forward isn't so bad. It'll get to my lower back sometimes, and it sucks, clutching and stuff like that, starting and stopping, but once you get going down the road, it's not so bad. With the cement truck, it hurts and it causes issues because you've got to turn mirror to mirror and sometimes look over your shoulder. My neck doesn't turn over my shoulder like most people's do. So,
some of those open the door and turn around.
Yeah.
Yep. They open that door and they'll stand on that door. They put a shelf on the inside of that door. They'll stand on that door and use the other foot to manage the truck.
Yeah.
Along with holding on to the steering wheel. Yeah. I've seen that boy was driving that truck backwards. He wasn't in the truck. You know what I'm saying?
There's some of those old school guys, man. They They'll hop out and they'll have one foot on the step, and they'll put the right foot on the clutch and idle it in, and just in. That's yeah. I'm not that skilled.
They got the throttle set up a little bit on it though, probably about 5-7%. And then once they get the speed down to match the machine, they're following the collecting or speed. You know what I'm saying? Then yeah,
Right.
it's just I know what you're talking about.
It's impressive what some of them do.
I know. I was like, dude, I was waiting for one of them to be like standing next to the truck with a remote control.
Oh, dude, no kidding. Actually, it's funny you say that. No kidding. Some of the new trucks with the automatics in them, the cement trucks, you hop out and you have a remote control, and you're right back there with the crew pouring. You can turn the truck. You could start and stop it pouring. You can mix it. You can add water and everything. Yeah, you can pull it forward. You can. Yep.
You can back it up. You can even steer the damn thing.
Yep, it's insane. I wish we had something like that, man. Just pull up there, hop out, and run a remote
that fucker's
control.
about $500,000. You know that, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
At least.
Yeah. Well, you got a $150,000 truck, and then with a brand new mixer on it, you got another $80,000. With all that electronics, you got another $100 and some thousand. Yeah.
The next thing you know, you put a remote control on it. That's another $150,000.
Boom, boom. You're up to 600 plus. Those cement trucks, though, in a year, they'll one cement truck going constantly in a year will make up that money.
Yeah, I can see that if you're running a company like one of these fucking. I could see if you're doing DOT contract or some of these like Thompson House Builders or something like that, where you're just walking trucks for neighborhood roads and shit like that. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and this guy that I help out, he owns just a couple small town plants, and he's at $3.5 million a year on 2 small plants that only run a couple trucks at each one. So that you can imagine what these big city plants that are running 30, 40 trucks, what they're pulling on.
Are y'all pouring foundations for new homes or factories?
Foundations. Yeah, we some of these little towns, they're with the longevity of cement, they're pulling out their paved streets, and they're starting to also pour cement streets, because the longevity in the long run, it's actually cheaper for them to put that cement in, just really good cement, and then they've got years and years with no maintenance worries. So we pour everything. Foundations suck unless they've got a pump truck. If you're pouring just a foundation and tailgating it on a foundation, that is miserable, because there's only 8 inches and you're at an angle, and you've got to drive perfectly steady so you're not overflowing that foundation, and you've got to be perfect, otherwise I'll have an overflow, and concrete ain't cheap, so those little boys get mad if there's even a couple little drips that go over.
Well, when you're doing 20 homes,
Yeah.
Wow.
yeah, that half a yard you just dumped in the extra on that basement. Yeah.
Yep.
That
Adds up
that's
quick.
50 yards by the time you're done with the whole fucking project,
Try doing that at 35 below zero, wintertime.
Wintertime pours suck, because you got to try to
done
keep
it.
your water
I've done it.
freezing.
You have to tent the
nice.
whole site.
Yep.
You have to tent and climatize the whole site.
The fuckers are moving here from California, dude. They're all fucking millionaires. Okay, and what they're doing?
The facts,
Listen,
they could be millionaires. You still got to tent and climatize the whole entire fucking pour.
Yep.
With a truck
20,000 last year.
Yep.
Sorry, man.
Trucks come into a tent. Just got to big enough for that thing to get in and get to where it needs to pour. Yeah. Unless it's a pump truck. Now, they're seeing a lot of these ICF buildings going up now, too, by the way.
That's
Been a lot.
everything. Every basement. We're even pouring houses with icy up there, exterior walls of the houses. So they have multiple
everything.
layers.
I only did that once in my life, dude. Once or twice in my whole fucking life. So I would just want to ask you a question. Okay, they say the freeze line here in Montana goes over 3 feet deep in the middle of the woodland. You know, we're talking it gets 40, 45 below. Right? So it's all sand and I don't know. I could get biblical, but like how deep should a footer in a poured concrete foundation be in that situation? 6 feet, 8, 10?
You're asking for how many yards?
No, depth to the frost line, 6 feet from the surface of the earth. That's a long fucking freeze line. But it's not like permafrost, but man, these guys put rebar. See, I'm thinking about building a place one day. I don't know what the fuck.
See, we've got a 36 inch. Well, it's actually 30 inch, so we do 36 inch. Some areas with the sand around here, they actually only do a 24 inch, which is kind of crazy on building code. But yeah, for the foundations,
but I'm talking
wider.
where 6 feet, dude. That's how deep the ground can freeze here in Montana.
Oh yeah.
Can you pour
you want to
that
talk?
shit?
You want to? Oh yeah.
Yeah, with rebar in it too.
Oh
There's
yeah.
Them special blocks they do now that are
The ICF that
Legos.
Emerald was talking about.
Yeah, I bet it could be done. Just asking a question, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We rebar the crap out of everything. And actually, if it's going to be outside, a good thing to use is the fiberglass rebar because rebar will rust. And when it rusts, when it oxidizes, it starts pushing against the cement. That's where a lot of your breakouts will be.
But you'll
get a longer life out of the fiberglass.
They got painted, epoxy painted rebar now. You can buy.
Oh, some of that carbon coated and some of the painted stuff, though, you can get the fiberglass cheaper. And you can get away with a lot of flat boards. You don't even have to worry about wire anymore because they have the fiber mesh. They just put a thick fiber mesh in it. And that stuff actually is pretty good.
In the concrete, you mean?
Yes,
Like
sir.
Fiber concrete. Sweet.
Fiber mesh.
I think I saw that on the fucking History Channel one time. That's right.
We put it in a lot of our concrete. We put about a pound bag per yard of fiber mesh.
Why didn't I think of that? I'd be the millionaire. Sorry. Oh, man.
Hey, Glass. I'm Don, and I do the sausage gravy biscuit thing. And I'm that guy. Hey, it's that guy again.
It's that guy. That's the guy.
Son of a bitch owes me money. What you got something I can associate with it? Like a name, an address, a city, or something, without giving yourself away? Glass? Something I can associate with your email or order or something I can run down? Hey, it's that guy.
He's that guy.
Hey, Don. Nice to talk to you, sir.
How are you, Mr. Wayne?
Well, they just told me probably got skin cancer, a couple biopsies. Hey, I think the doctor likes me. She held my junk for a second. I'm just looking.
It's always good to get your junk held. Okay, let's make no mistake. Holding the junk, it's always good. But I have the same thing, dude. I got to go later on in the week and have the dermatologists declare this cancerous, and then they're gonna want to whack me a lot. But yeah, I got one. I know exactly what you're talking about, brother. I feel for you.
Mine are between my shoulder blades.
I mean, listen. They can go in, they can whack them out, they can whack them off, and you can get that shit cleared up. So just let them cut it off and move on.
That's what I told her today, dude. I'm like, why are you fucking biopsying me? Just whack that shit off. He's like, oh,
I had the
no,
same thing
no.
over here, brother. I did. I had the same thing over here. It was cancerous melanoma.
Sorry to hear that.
But it was, they just fucking jink,
Where? On your
little
above the
bleeding,
shoulder?
little stuck pig kind of squealing. I didn't feel a thing.
Sweet.
And
Yeah,
I
I've
was
had
done.
my first skin
Mine was
cancer
right here.
removed.
Now it's so smooth I can shave over it.
You know what? You know what time it is?
It's that time.
It's time for pie.
Blueberry this time, still, right?
No, we are good Manchester. All right, I got you, brother.
You know, Don, I'm starting to think it's a fucking. I'm
Or
sorry.
Mrs. Mafia. Mister. Oh, you're Mister.
I didn't mean to step on you there, Don. I think it's all a fucking racket, dude. You getting these dermatologists off. By the way, this is my first one. And they're all like checking you out, looking at you like you might be some homeless fucking crackhead or some shit. And they're like, turn around. I thought I was in jail for a second. Turn around. Take your shirt off. What the fuck? Yes, ma'am. It's funny shit, right? I try to make you laugh.
They have a unique view on you and your medical care. And
Right.
it's, in my humble opinion, it's down to how much they can bill or how easy it is going to be.
This guy
to
was
bill
like,
your shit, whatever your shit is.
Yeah, see? And then this guy was like, oh, those little scabs in your beard, that's lupus. I think you might have lupus. I'm like, what the fuck?
Right? So they just throw lupus down there, and that's another $120.
And I was like, do you watch House MD radio series? You know, it was award-winning, right? He goes, yes, I do. I was like, well, if you watch House, it means that's never lupus. There's only 16,000 new cases in the United States every year.
You know what? You want to know something else about that? A secret they don't want you to know?
Tell me.
Yeah. Lupus is Pepsi poisoning.
No, here we go.
No. I've seen this happen.
They did testing. I researched that shit myself, dude. They did have
by the way, Singularity
cells, and they were using these cells.
Tonight's stream just for you, Sing.
Right on. I put that call out for you. I knew you'd see it.
Just for you, brother.
Pepsi,
I was thinking,
right
you know
on,
what? Sing's got to get up and see this tonight. So,
what? See what, Don? Come on, tell me. Don.
Nah, I'm done.
No, tell me, dude. Don't leave me
What do you
hanging.
want to know? You can't handle the truth.
The full moon, dude. Go outside, smoke a cigarette,
I
stare.
know. I've seen it. Man,
A
it's beautiful.
couple times. You'll be
You know
fine.
what? That full moon is
That's all right.
big and low and round, just like my Johnson.
Hey, are you getting energy on your panels from it?
From the moon? No. Come on. Nah.
So, Don, check this shit out. Getting my biopsies today. First time skin biopsies,
Yeah.
cancerous moles. This chick had a fucking double-edged Gillette flexible razor blade between her. Shit, I'm not making it up. I'm like, whoo.
Here's what I've learned around that kind of thing.
Wait, dude. This is the same chick that had just had to check my junk and shit. I'm letting her handle a fucking razor blade.
Okay, I don't think anymore. Now I know Bruce has a thing for his doctor.
Dude, it's just like one of those places. Like, we're all professionals, right?
Dude, you need to just smile and shut the
Yeah,
fuck
I was
up.
like, yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Tell me what to do. That's what.
Exactly. Smile and shut the fuck up.
And that's what I did, and everything went fine.
Well,
Look at the young lady and say,
Here's what she told me, Don. She said, "You're cool, dude. You got a lot of problem-looking moles. You're in the family now. We'll take care of you." I swear.
well, there's a saying. There's a saying that it's a bad day if you pop a chub when you're getting a hernia checkup. It's a worse day if your doctor's a dude.
But
Yeah, he's right. You know what? If you're in the family, you may get a punch card, and after third checkup, you might get a happy ending. I don't know.
I know all of you soldiers out there know what that means. We've all stood in that line, get that hernia checked.
no, if I get my
Hey,
shit together,
Emerald,
no, dude,
Huck was trying to
it's all
ask you
professional.
what poisoning. Huck was trying to ask you what poisoning.
What
You got cut
poisoning?
off earlier.
Oh yeah. The I have seen people be misdiagnosed with over Pepsi poison.
By
They
who?
were drinking
What
Pepsi
kind?
on a regular basis, and the lady was finally got bound to a wheelchair.
What was their specialty?
She was a computer customer of mine, and she was a well-to-do person.
And
And she got wheelchair bound. They said she had lupus, and turned
It's
around
very-
and me taking care of her computer needs and making sure she had what she needed so she could keep up her job and her communications and everything from the house. I kind of did that. I took care of that service for her, and she got diagnosed with lupus and turned around and the doctor says, well, our medicines aren't working. She'd been going through treatments for 3 and 4 years.
Right.
And it kept moving. They treat it in one spot and it moved to somewhere else and something else, and throughout her body. And she just figured she just matter of time before it attacks her brain. Is why she was thinking she wasn't living long.
it does.
Turn around and
The
doctor
heart-
says, let's try the whole person approach and let's address your diet. And turn around and she says, well, let's cut out the soda. Let's cut out all sodas. Let's just stay with natural resources like tea, juices, and there's no sodas. And turn around and because she was drinking like damn near a case of Pepsi a day.
Yeah.
Okay, on regular. That was her thing. She always had a cold, ice down Pepsi wherever she was.
Preservatives and soda pop are some nasty, nasty things. The
But
preservatives they put in
within
soda
3
pop.
weeks, within 3 weeks of her stopping drinking the Pepsi, the lupus magically went away.
Things get better with Coke.
And
Right
she
on,
was
right on. I was reading it. He said, "Sing incoming pie again." Zach's throwing pies.
right, and she had to fucking pies. Wasting all that fucking pie, man. That's what started to piss me off.
Emerald's gonna have a stroke if you keep wasting all that pie. He's gonna-
I know, right? I was like, we just got over a pie, man. What are you trying to do here?
Yeah.
But anyway, but no, it was just, it blew me away, to watch this all happen throughout. And I've seen 2 other people that went through that too, bound to wheelchairs, because they were there for the rest of their lives and ready to die. And
So
they shut off
here's
Pepsi Cola and they shut off the sodas and the Pepsis and stuff like that. And next thing you know, they're back up and walking in a month. They're walking.
So sorry to hear that. This is the first time I've heard that shit.
Shadow Man. Big shout out to Shadow Man because, well, you got to shout out to the Shadow.
What's up,
Shenandoah?
Yes, Canadian.
Oh, Shenandoah.
Shout out to the Shadow
Yeah.
and to the platoon.
Shadows wish that he wasn't Canadian lately.
Shadow, we got space for you. We got space. We got space for you here in this big wide U.S. of A of ours. If you want to make it down here, I'm
Don,
sure
did
we
you
can
see-
hide you somewhere in the corner.
Yeah,
Don,
we're
did
about
you
to
see
have
the-
an opening in the
Did you see
Southwest
the-
corner.
No, I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
what was that, Bruce?
Did you see the fucking most excellent joke about Americans? In the chat that I posted earlier. All right. Do I have to
about
post?
the European? About the
Yes.
the European?
I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
I
did.
What do you
did.
think?
I laughed. I chuckled.
funny.
I cried. I was.
Did you fall out
entertained.
the fucking computer chair laughing?
Yes,
No.
sir.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Thank you,
did.
sir.
Yes,
I
I did.
did. Honest to God, I was like, oh my God, are we 12? But yeah, it was funny. But I was just saying, come on. I used to tell that when I was 12.
Sometimes I wonder about you guys. Sometimes I think you're interrogating me, attacking
Well,
me.
I've just never been a big fan of Europeans anyway. Okay,
Right?
I just don't like them. So
You're so fucking cool, dude.
And for me,
Remember what I
it was funny the
There
first
is-
4,000 times I've heard that joke. You know,
Hey, dude, it's not easy being green.
I screw with everybody. Don't take it personal.
Dude, jumping jacks upside down.
what'd you say,
it's not
Sig?
crazy being mean.
I just said that I mess with everybody, so don't take it personally. I Yeah.
Thanks, cool.
keep it light.
You guys be all right. I wouldn't be here if I didn't like you. You ain't fucking with me all you want. Insult me, joke with me. I'm a fucking sailor, dude. I can take
Right.
anything.
Hey,
Right?
if you didn't, you think there was something wrong.
Don't be shooting no deer. I'll call the fucking ASPCA. You hurt an animal. Thank you. Made that up myself.
What? Okay.
You hurt an animal.
Anyway, they,
Calling the fucking
so back to this
ASPCA.
pie matter, dude. You got to stop throwing pies, man, or at least calm down on
All
the
right.
pies. Just a little bit.
That is pie abuse.
Pie abuse. Yeah, like who do you got fucking making all these pies anyway?
right. It's send him to Emeralds. It'll make his
And why are you
millennium.
wasting all those pies? I mean, you know, somebody's going to call somebody on you for abusing all of those poor pies like that. They got people for that shit, you know. They'll show up at your door and take away your pies, and you won't be allowed any more pies.
Yeah, Wicked Witch of the West is in charge of that. She's got flying monkey.
Fuck pies. Cobbler is the fucking rule. Cobbler. It's all in how you do the crust. Oh,
I
black.
got to go with Bruce. Cobbler's the way to go.
Oh, man.
Oh, you know what? It's blackberry, blueberry. It's blackberry time, and yeah,
I mean, pie's good. Don't get me wrong, but cobbler is.
I'm gonna need a
fucking
big ass bowl. Yeah, we're gonna have big ass bowls of blackberries here in just the next day.
Okay.
I'll take a video of that. We're gonna do this.
Dude,
Hell
I'm going to go pick huckleberries for only the second time in my life. And guess what goes along with huckleberries that are fully ripe on this one spot? Grizzly bears. So I'm going to be like, oh, shit. Don't go alone. I got my picking basket. Dude, guess what I did last year?
That's
Yeah, pie.
dirty, Huck. That is R-rated, Huck.
Oh, well, I could post these photos. Guess what I did last year? There's this one live 30-foot wide spruce that fell over right at the steepest part. And I jumped on that fucker with
She's
my
been trying to
sneaker.
break off a slice of that for Wiz for the last 6 months now.
I know, right? I'm doing like
I was like surfing. I invented
well
a
over a
new
year. It's been
form of
over a year.
surfing.
A year and a half now.
She'd
Yeah.
probably throw butter and jelly on it if you wanted to, if you wanted her to.
Peanut butter? What? Who said peanut butter?
I'm not a pervert. I'm not a pervert. I am just an excellent wingman.
So dude, there were wasps,
Yes, you
Motherfucking
are a
bowl.
pervert. Saying,
fucking grizzly bears. And I invented
that's
a
one of
North.
your endearing traits, as a matter of fact.
I walked
Fire
20
in the motherfucking bowl.
Dude, I was fucking doing the fucking Europeans. And then I was dancing on top of this lot across 20 fucking feet.
Brought to you by
Hey, I got the fucking video.
com.
If there's no video, it didn't happen, right?
I got you,
the
Lieutenant.
fuck. You want me to post a fucking video? Dude, I will post the fuck. Yeah. And I'm like, oh shit. So I should not go up there picking huckleberries again alone with my AR. I should take a woman type with me. Oh shit. I said woman. Now I'm banned in California.
Now, you know what? She probably can run faster than you. You're fucked.
Yeah, right.
I'm
And you'll
trying to
probably
figure
run
out what it's like in your head, man.
You'll run before you do, and you're fucked. You'll get away, and you'll feel better about being eaten by a goddamn bear. You know?
Oh no, dude. I'm
You know what,
packing.
Okay, is that what that was for?
Fucking packing there.
Yeah.
Wizard, you know why they invented bear spray, right? Because they like to eat the human spicy. All that shit comes back on you, and then like, we're gonna eat you anyway. You don't piss me off now.
Hey, Bruce, don't hate me, but I gotta give you a go. You're the epitome of discussing something like, oh yeah, there's this girl walking by and a squirrel. So
Dude, guess
you
what
remind
happened?
me of that.
Thank you, Singularity.
It's a rabbit
I
trail.
had to give you a little.
Dude, listen to what I'm going through, all right? I don't camp a lot, but I've been through a lot of shit, homeless vets and all. So I finally got a fucking vehicle after hiking for years. I moved to
Nice.
this place. It's the fucking woods. It's 30 miles from the wilderness and bears. And so I was sleeping in a tent for the first time. Of course, no food. The same exact time a woman was killed by a grizzly 20 miles away. 20 fucking miles away. Dude, a rampaging bear could have easily run 20 fucking miles right to my campsite and eaten me too. And he said he had an abscess on the side of his right jaw, like an open sore. So there are these two California chicks on bicycles, not motorcycles. And they went to Oregon, Washington, pedaling through Montana. And they're
They
like,
probably
oh,
stopped.
do it. Wait.
The cube there got their attention, and they smelled like McDonald's.
It smell like funk?
McDonald's.
No,
Yeah, here's
no, dude.
here's one you guys will really enjoy. We had a few people.
There is no McDonald's here. All right, it's just like what they had.
Go ahead,
fucking,
Shane. Go ahead. Hold on, Bruce. Stop. Go on, Shane.
We had, and I don't know if it hit national news or not, and everything was in a couple of the papers here. We literally had, I don't even know what country they're from. There are some people visiting Colorado. They were literally, the game warden had to go over there and get them out from under a tree. They're standing under a tree, looking up, taking pictures of a mountain lion.
eating snacks at the same time. Did they tell the children, go climb the tree with the kitty cats?
It's just insane. If you go to a place, know the dangers.
People are so fucking ignorant. Not stupid. Stupid's an insult.
That is simply another example of people enjoying one of our other great freedoms here in the United States, and that is the freedom to just be as stupid as you can possibly be.
Yeah,
You know,
why not a lot of stupid people usually. Because
it's proven.
they're stupid people. They walk into shit like that, they could eat. We had people in the
Exactly.
zoos that were climbing into fucking tiger cages and bear
You
cages.
walk into
and
a
monkey
tiger
cages.
cage, expect to be tiger poop.
Food.
Don,
Yes.
It's
Food.
Don
it gives
is
credence
But
to
see, some
the
people don't get that.
Don is
We
correct.
really, truly,
Survival
our
of the
civilization
fittest.
has beaten that out of some people. And
Don.
that deserves to be relearned on a very basic level. And I'm sorry.
Listen to this man. Don is correct. Survival of the fittest. Sorry you died. You fucked up. You did something wrong. Goodbye.
Sir, you died because you were 3 feet from a fucking 1,200-pound mountain lion that was looking to rip you to shreds.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Well,
it's the insanity behind it, and it gives credence to the saying that that if you let nature be nature, it'll take care of the stupid people.
So
Yeah,
Don,
it does.
check it out, man.
It
our
does.
society,
Well,
our civilization has bred that out of people.
Don, I'm getting ready to go up the
It has.
fucking mountain gold panning, dude,
well,
alone.
either be prepared or don't do it.
Hey,
Either be
listen.
prepared or don't do it. Period. That's it.
So,
That's all
dude,
there is to it, bro. There's nothing to be
you
prepared
may
for.
be-
There's no story there. Just either be prepared or don't do it.
No,
You may be
there's
the
a
last
certain
human
percentage of
being.
people that simply cannot, not will
Just have
not, cannot do what you've just said.
Dude, I'm
Exactly.
going gold.
I know. I'm probably dealing with one.
All right. You'd be like, yeah, go ahead, dude. Thank you, Wiz.
All right. Say what?
I'm
Thank you,
going
Bruce.
gold panning. If I disappear, y'all don't see me for a while, give me 2 weeks. All right. Way up a fucking mountain, dude.
I expect you to come back with a fucking bear coat. You come up with a deer. I mean, a
All
full
right.
body bear suit. I want to see a whole fucking full body bear suit. Yeah, you're gonna wear that motherfucker when you go meet that bear, and you're gonna kill that son of a bitch. You're gonna come back with a bear suit.
I'd be like Jeremiah Johnson, have the fucking barricade.
Mhm. Yeah, motherfucker, I'm just another bear in the woods. You know,
You do
you wear that
you,
coat
hey,
when
Wiz,
you go bear hunting and
you
shit.
never
You know?
have any argument with me, sir. You never have any argument with me, dude.
Yeah.
You
But
know
you just
what
make
the
it out
hell
like
you're
you're a wimp or something, and I was like, dude, come on, man.
what?
Fuck all that shit.
I got my rent hanging right here. Dude,
Well, when it comes down to it, your instincts
See,
will take over, and
you can't be
trained
more.
well. Okay. Yeah, you've been trained well, so
Oh
you'll be fine.
man,
It's become
Ty,
part
so
of
that
it.
you guys, you are the backbone of America. I salute you guys.
It comes back to you.
You were talking about panning. Actually, I love panning. Mark Freeman that used to be here, he wanted to start panning, and actually, just to get somebody else into it, I actually bought a setup for him and sent it to him to get him started in it. I'd be interested to know how he's doing with it, see if it's going well for him. But panning, it's a relaxing thing to do.
What state in the United States? There's only 50. You could say south, north, east, northwest.
I'm in Colorado.
Yeah. Guess where I am?
Montana. Yep. Straight north. Yep.
So, dude, I'm about to go for my first. Please have mercy on me, dude. Talking.
This ain't the first time you've talked to us, Bruce. We know where you are.
Have I said anything wrong?
No, I'm just saying you're acting like you've never talked to us before.
Well, damn it, give me a chance to talk. Dude, it's the fucking internet.
Whoa, whoa.
I'm very Cadbury.
I watched all kinds of. Dude, I have the secret fucking knowledge where the gold pickers are here. I could drive tomorrow up the fucking mountain and it's way. And dude, it's fucking scary when there's no other vehicle.
Well, my question is the weather bad and you don't go up there? Or just what are you waiting for?
That's why I've waited so long. Are you not listening to them?
Yeah, no, I'm listening. I didn't hear none of that shit.
Dude, it has been a
so I'm just saying, what are you waiting? Why you know, I'd be up there camping right fucking now. If I knew that shit and I fucking had that opportunity and I would go out,
just a little granola bar.
I'd be up there. I'd be fucking there. I wouldn't even be fucking around.
I've got a granola bar in my center console.
Okay,
dude,
great.
You know,
go get your fucking shit. Get the fuck out there. That's what I'm saying. Get the fuck out there. Make a video. Make a video out of it and do a whole show about it.
I'm telling you. You'd be like, where did Bruce Wayne go? We haven't seen him in 2 fucking years.
Well, video. You click on the video because you can upload it to fucking YouTube. You upload it to fucking your YouTube channel and you take the video and then you upload it to your YouTube channel, and guess what? Everybody follows to see what's happened. If you don't post, then we know, well, we might want to get the park authorities say, hey, what's up, man?
Huckleberry says, I'd be panning every day.
Yeah, I like that saying. What the fuck are you waiting for? I'd have been up here when it was warm enough to go out there with clothes on. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Huckleberry, call me 867-53099. Huckleberry's so cool. I don't know how the hell this. I think she's a female type. I don't fucking know, dude. Dude, we can't do that. It'll be banned.
What the fuck is happening?
Dude, I already said female. That means I'm banned in the fucking
I don't know if it's Bruce has had one too many beers. I'm pretty sure of that. At this point, he won't answer me. When I asked him how many he had, he ain't answering. He's well into probably past the 6-pack.
No, Wizard, ask me a question.
It's that forever question we have.
That's what I just
cray-cray
asked.
is Mr.
Wait.
Ramsey?
My
It's the
volume's
perpetual
low.
question.
Oh, wait a minute. Now he can't hear us. We know what to do. Yeah.
Yeah, Huff's
Oh,
a
shit.
chick, that's for sure.
Wizard, repeat the question.
Yeah.
Repeat.
How
Shadow,
many
there-
beers have you had?
How many what? I've had 2
How
joints
much
and
have you
2,
imbibed? How much have
2
you imbibed?
joints, 2 joints and 2 drinks. Fire in the motherfucking bowl, dude.
How big were those bottles?
You'll be all right. You'll be all right one day. I'm your friend. Yeah, I'm your friend, man. I wouldn't chat with you if you weren't okay.
Shadow,
Yeah,
if you ever
alright.
get a chance to visit the Rockies, bring a gold pan and
Where?
look for animal trails. Follow the
What
animal
state?
trails through little valleys, and you will find some amazing places
Dude, what
through the
state?
Rockies, especially here in Colorado. There are so
Colorado,
many
you
streams.
gotta start with the fucking state, dude.
Go
The
ahead,
Rockies, no matter where you go, Wyoming Rockies. I've been through the Rockies, going through Wyoming and everything. So many places. It doesn't matter where through the Rockies. There's so many streams that are hidden away. And if you go out there and pan, you'll get some, I mean, you're not going to get any chunks, but you'll get some good powder. You know, you'll fill your little vial full and everything in a day. It's, to me, it's relaxing. You're not going to make money off the pan unless you hit a major spot, you know. If
But you
there's
could get
been
lucky.
gold in them, what's that?
You can get lucky.
Yeah, you could get lucky, and a lot of people do. A lot of people pull out some, and the crazy part about it, even down towards the lower parts, that people will just be out messing around, and they'll find, you know, a half-inch nugget or something like that, and pretty. That, you know, doesn't seem like a lot, but that's a pretty serious friggin' nugget. You know, half-inch by, you know, they're usually flat and pretty good and worn down, but
Well, it doesn't take a real big piece of gold to equal an ounce either.
right,
You know what I'm saying?
right.
Yeah, it's only 28 grams in an ounce. You know, 32 for Troy. But yeah.
It's it,
But
and
yeah,
all of
this-
us that have
this
done
time
panning. Oh, my bad.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, all of us that have done panning, I know Emerald has. I don't know if I know Bruce has. I don't know if Don has. But if you do it, it literally is one of the most relaxing things. Everybody thinks it's a big workout and you're out there, and it's really not. I mean, you're getting a workout, but you don't feel it. It's just, it's nice. It's fun to do.
Well, you're not focusing on the action, you're focusing on the results. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? You're
right.
not focusing on the function, you're focusing on the end result that you're after. And yeah, once you hit black sand, you're like, oh, here we go. You know?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
But it takes a lot to get to black sand. You know, you got to go through a lot.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
So I live just south of some of the largest gold and silver deposits in the United States.
actually, that's it. Like third in the world.
Two of the biggest 5 mines in the United States, exclusive of Alaska, are in Nevada. Tonopah and up around there is still the largest silver lode that is currently still being mined over the last 100
yeah.
years.
In fact, that place is now loading out.
And all of that is just north of me.
Yep.
And there's creeks and valleys and everything that flow all of that down to me, down closer to me. As a matter of fact, one of the cities up is Goldville, Gold Town, Gold something. just north of here.
Gold.
Gold something. I can't remember what it is.
Gold Gulf. Gold Gulf.
No, hold on. Let me figure it out. Gold something. Gold.
Huckleberry, if you ever get a chance to go to some of the old mines in one of your areas, whether it's copper, silver, gold, whatever, if you go to their tailing pits, because these people, especially in the old mines, they couldn't care less about any of the gems. But in all of these metals is where the gems were, because gemstones are actually a metallic substance. But they're all created through different types of lithium, different types of metals and everything. But if you go to the tailing pits and go through there and start cracking open rocks, a lot of times you'll find small little gemstones and stuff. I love doing that.
Hey,
too.
two things. First, the name is Goldfield. Is the name
Goldfield.
Goldfield, Nevada. And second, guess what they just discovered north of Tonopah? Lithium.
Lithium.
A fucking
really?
massive amount of lithium.
Nice.
Who the fuck knew?
Right. And we're sitting on
We need it.
one of the largest deposits of lithium
Apparently, we're sitting on a shit ton of it.
to rival Afghanistan.
If they'll allow us to mine it. That's our
yeah.
biggest problem.
If they'll allow us to mine it. I got
know.
$20 that says they'll allow us to mine it.
Yeah, as big as they are in batteries, I do agree with you. They probably will on that one.
There is a water filtration plant on the Salton Sea. Do you know where I'm talking about? Just south in California. It's a large body of water that literally dried up. And there's a water filtration plant on that. And while it's no longer operable, they said that right under the water filtration plant, they just found a shit ton of lithium. Apparently, all of that Salton Sea is full of lithium. And all they need to do is extract it.
That's good to hear, because we need a lot of those rare earth metals local. We need as much as we can get local.
Like I said, I think I seen a similar report categorizing all these different. They just found a new plutonium source down there too, or uranium source. Sorry.
Oh, shit. Hopefully none of the Clintons get in office. I'll sell it to fucking Russia.
Oh, hey, did you see where uranium was just declared by the EU and the United Nations and the United States as a clean energy? Nuclear power is now a clean energy.
It's about time, because what is it? It's a Generation 4 reactor is what they call it, right? The Gen 4 reactors are actually some of the cleanest and safest ways to produce energy.
Are they thorium? They're probably. If they're thorium, then I understand that.
I don't think they're thorium. I think they're just uranium. They're standard, safe reactors. They're nothing fucking fancy.
And
now every Tom, Dick, and European Harry is fucking trying to bring their quote unquote offline nuclear capabilities back online now.
And the cool thing about these new generation ones, they can make them smaller to where they can literally make it small enough to power like little towns. Put like an individual reactor for a little town to power a little town. It's pretty amazing when you really read into some of the work that they've done with the fission work.
I mean, it's just, you're right, Glass. And the thing is, why is it okay when people say it's okay, and it's not okay when other people say it's okay? It's not okay. It's just, it's the stupidity in having well, yeah, it's okay. No, it's not okay discussion. We don't even have that anymore. We just say, well, it's okay. No, that's not okay. So it's not okay to say certain things right now. But it is okay if you're certain people to say certain things. So
Right.
I mean, you know, apparently you're only as free as the color of your skin in these United States. Okay.
I believe, talking about gas, natural gas, we need to start pulling up more natural gas generators too. I think
I think
natural
we
gas.
Did you see
Are
where
the-
we just promised to make every available square cubic meter of fucking natural gas liquefied and ship it to Europe? And we just committed that to them to do all of that. We're
I know
gonna-
Trump did,
We're
but I
gonna
thought
liquefy
Biden
natural
got rid of it.
gas and ship it to Cologne, Germany, who is going to build a massive LNG terminal to receive all of this LNG
As a distribution hub for pipeline access.
as a distribution hub. Exactly.
Well, I know Trump opened a lot of that up, but I thought Biden got rid of a lot of that.
He did until they started screaming like fucking stuck little pigs over there.
Hey, we had to
when you
deal.
turn off the
Remember,
Russian
you're-
gas, it's got to
Yeah.
come from somewhere. He's right.
See, Trump was going to turn off. Trump was going to turn off the Russian pipeline, and make it illegitimate by doing this LNG deal. And Biden
That's
came
the
in
only way
and
it's
backed
doable.
out of it,
Yep.
and they're all going, "Hey, look, motherfuckers, we're vested in this, and we're set up to do this. You better come through on the part you said you was going to do, because now we need it because you fucked all that area up." You know, yeah,
Well,
it
and-
comes down to that as far as that subject matter goes.
It's right now it's making Trump look like a prophet, because he warned them to be that reliant on Russia that they were susceptible to anything Russia did, they'd have to go with it. He warned them. And if you even watch some of the left-wing news and everything, like Bill Maher is one of them. He admits he's telling everybody, you know, you can say whatever you want to about Trump. He said, but if he was in office, none of this would have happened. And he warned everybody. And they laughed at him. And now look.
Right.
Motherfuckers.
Right. So
I didn't say that in my outside voice, did I?
right. But you know, this whole thing is. But there's another thing he's doing is, you know how he's supposed to release all that gas to the economy here in the States. Well, he's selling off big portions of it to other countries, including China. What the fuck? You know, this is like, hello, is that treason? Or, yeah, this is strategic oil reserves used in times of trouble and war.
It's the best case of treason I've ever seen, with the Hunter collaboration. Yeah.
Right.
And now, you know, they're selling our emergency oil reserves to China.
We're talking about the executive, okay, in the history of the United States government, period, okay? We're also talking about the first time sitting U.S. president has ever outright defied and issued a proclamation reversing a Supreme Court decision.
What, with the abortion shit? Oh, yeah. No coat hangers.
Hold on a second. Protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Remember that movie?
That's what I'm trying to say here. Wait. That's what I'm trying to say here. Protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. That defies everything that the Constitution stands for. To do a decree outside of law.
Right, said or not.
Outside of law. So it's a de facto decree. Okay?
Right, said or not, explicitly directed to the state constitutions. Every state has a constitution.
Well, we're talking
up for grabs. Yeah, I'm trying to follow you, dude. Tell me. Am I right? State constitutions. The sheriffs.
as far as the abortion matter goes, but we're not talking about the matter itself. Fuck the matter. Okay. It's the action of the executive office versus the Supreme Court now. So who's going to decide this when it goes back to the Supreme Court?
Hillary? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right. How does this? It's a constitutional paradox. It's a situation we've never faced before, but it is under a corporate United States, so we don't know. The game
So
is
I have a question, my
and
friend.
it's not as simple as the matter at hand.
So I have a question.
It's a fully foundational problem for those in power. So,
So I have a question, my friend. Do you think, yes or no, good or bad, a woman was pulled over in a HOV? That means you have to have 2 people in the fucking car in California. And she goes, "Oh, my baby in my belly is the second person." No, this shit actually happened yesterday. Does she have a case? I'd be like, hell yeah. There's 2
I don't
people
really give
riding.
a fuck. What has this got to do with constitutional government?
Well, if you think about it for a second, there's only 2 places in the Constitution. From what I heard, I'm not an expert scholar, but the word life is mentioned twice. And in the 14th Amendment, I can't tell you shit. You know, thank you for talking to me, Wiz. You're so fucking cool. I salute you. Welcome home,
All right,
soldier.
dude. I think maybe you should take a break, bro. Like,
Hey, what kind of break?
Yeah.
Don't watch
Yeah,
Fox News.
all right, bro. We won't. Yeah. Go ahead. We'll see you in chat, man. It's cool. It's all good.
But what is the answer, dude?
I don't
Does
know.
that woman have a case?
Hey,
She
hey,
claimed she
yeah.
pulled over. She claimed the fetus in
I
her
don't
belly.
I don't have an opinion on that matter. I'm sorry.
This is, I'd say
I got
give it to her.
about it because I'm not gonna fucking deal with it, dude. I don't even want to know about it. It's not worth my
I say
time.
give it
It's
to
not worth
her.
my hassle, and I got bigger fish to fry. That's pretty much where I stand on that kind of shit. That's an individual choice between them and God, and that's the way I look at it.
See,
Everything else is just
I'm a good guy, dude. I will actually listen to your opinions.
Okay,
I would
well,
try-
I'll talk to you later, brother. You take a break now, and I'll see you in chat.
Dude,
All right.
I'm on permanent vacation. How can I
Okay.
break?
All right. Drink well, Patriot. I'll see you in chat. Okay, look.
All right, thanks,
Go ahead.
man.
You know
Good
it, brother. Another
You
time.
bet.
All right, man. Good night. So,
I'm gonna real quick. I think I disagree with you, Emerald, about it being a paradox. I think once the Supreme Court ruled on it, I think that is then the ruling. I mean, the Supreme Court. I think Biden's executive order would be illegitimate after the Supreme Court just ruled on it. In my opinion, I don't
So
know how.
okay. I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
How have they fought the executive order process in the past? We have to look at the precedent because that's what the courts are going to do.
Precedent,
First.
yeah.
Okay, first. And it's always been take it to the courts. Let the courts decide whether this is constitutional or not. If it's already been through the courts, there's no recourse. It becomes the dictate, and he chooses to. The only thing that makes it is whether or not he chooses to enforce it, and how.
Right. Okay,
how
on that
much
part
he
I agree.
Yeah. Okay, and it doesn't matter the subject matter. It's that, and he's controlling right now what? Department of Justice, the FBI, criminal system of
Right.
charging and incarcerating people. Constitutionally or not, that's not my thing. But if he chooses to enforce those dictates over standing law, he's actually committing treason.
I can see where you're coming from. It is kind of a conflicted. It's a
No,
tough
there's
thing.
no conflict. There's nothing unclear here. You know what I'm saying? That action in itself is an act of treason.
It's definitely disregarding a ruling of the Supreme Court, and it's disregarding our structure of of checks and balances. That's for sure.
He just broke the government.
Hey, Canoe.
People aren't looking at the big picture on this. They're looking at all these fucking shiny bubbles that are going through, and the principles behind them are what's fucked up about this.
Dude, they've
You
been
know,
watching the shiny bubbles for years.
Right.
Yeah.
The law is what they say it. It's just like the financial system with the Fed. Okay, their books are broken. The books are broken. They haven't been functional. They've been flying by the seat of their pants since 2013. Their books ended. They don't have a map on this no more. All they got is a Keynesian idea that don't work. And they refuse to go to Austrian economics because they're so vested in the debt and their current pleasure with their existence to back up on it now. So they're going full, what, communist? Seems the best way to keep control of everything within your corporation, your business structure, which would be fascism. You know, you'll do what we say or you won't get what we'll give you. That kind of
It
thing.
is. It's, you know, it's always concerning when you hear people talk about communism, stuff like that. The fact of, or fascism, you know, socialism, communism, they're when it comes down to nitty gritty, I think we all agree they're pretty much the same thing. One leads to the other always. They and
guys, here's the serious of it. Serious. Here's the seriousness. This is what some of those farmers over in the Netherlands, I did some research on what's going on over there. Eminent domain is one of those things they've used in the States before. And if they feel that the federal property or that piece of property needs to be federalized, whether it be a neighborhood, a county, yeah, they just all of a sudden say this is federal property, vacate it, and we will be moving you off if you won't voluntarily. Eminent domain, get out. Doesn't matter
there,
about
it's
your status of ownership. It doesn't matter about your sovereignty. It doesn't matter about none of that shit. No more constitutional. They did it under emergency orders. They can do it. The NDAA made that a functionable a functionable action, and under a state of emergency, which we're still now under for COVID as well as still for 9/11. Terrorist action, yada yada yada. Patriot Act, remind anybody? We're still under that. So these are serious things. And all this banter about who did what, who's saying what, who gets to decide this or that. There's a whole lot of things to be, you know, concerned with. But when it boils down to it, you know,
definitely a
gonna
lot going on. But, you know, it's when it comes down to it, I mean, I think we're in a good spot here in America because
right.
we still have, you know, all of our rights, no matter how much they like to try to push or pull on them and everything. We still have most of our rights. We still have, and you look at, we've got people that are so tired of the wokeness that the Democrats are they're losing support. I mean, they're basically bleeding out on support. I mean, the Latinos, the black people, really right now their main support are the suburban white women are their main supporters.
Right.
It's
All this diversity. You look around the room, they're all white fat women. You know, fat white women with nothing better to do than sit on that seat.
and they have the audacity to call somebody like Candace Owens racist because she believes in conservative values. It's so obnoxiously hypocritical that it's I mean, it goes beyond insanity. But
Well,
that
they call that black guy that the reporter for InfoWars that now got his own show. What's his name? Will Johnson.
okay,
Is that his name?
I don't know.
Yeah, they call him white supremacist.
Yeah, and it's white people calling him that a lot of
Dude,
times.
This is an African American guy with dreadlocks, the whole 9 yards half the time. Yeah, they call
Right.
him a white supremacist. That's like you got
And the names that they call black conservatives are horrible. I mean, they just it's bad. It's stuff that none of us would ever say, words none of us would ever say, and they get away with saying it to them because they're attacking they see it as attacking their conservatism, even though they're saying racial slurs and all this and that. I mean, it's horrible, the stuff they say to black conservatives. They try to scare them out of, being conservative. Right, Huck? And worse. I mean, we've all seen some of the things that have been posted out there of of stuff, the attacks they've done on like Candace Owens and stuff. They've called her that. Larry Elder, things they've gone after him. Several different people. For people to have that much hate in their hearts to go after people and just keep calling them names like that and everything. There's something mentally disturbed about those people. I thought you froze up for a second there.
No, I was just like, yeah, that's true. I was just listening to you. Right.
But it's just so, I don't know. It frustrates me that they call us racist. None of us would ever think of using that because it's like, why would you? What's the use of it? So
right.
they go after us country folk, especially saying how racist we are. We've got black people that move into these little towns all the time. And then you'll see them, a year later at the fair or the parade day or something like that, or the 4th of July barbecues and stuff. They're visiting with everybody and they're talking about how amazing. And when they moved, we have some people in a little town here that live a couple houses down from my sister, and they're all good friends. They moved from Washington, D.C. They were actually afraid to move to a small town and they'll sit there and tell you, they said, we watched CNN, we watched MSNBC. We were afraid, they said, but the violence got so bad, we took the risk. And now they tell all their friends that you guys got to move to a small town, move out into these countries. It's not the hate that they say it is. People, if you're a good person, people will greet you with open arms in these places.
Right. You're damn right. If you're a good person.
Now, yeah, exactly. Now, if you're an asshole, they're going to treat you like an asshole, and you're not going to last long. Right. It doesn't matter what race you are; if you just don't be an asshole.
We don't want to know about your anarchy or what happens in the bedroom. You start fucking around with the public and in public, and you're gonna get stepped on. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because like Missouri, like I said, we're concealed carry constitutional. It becomes very polite when you fucking with somebody and it's a grandma and you start yelling at it, and next thing you know, you got a gun in your face. Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Well, I think that story changes pretty quick.
And there might be some that disagree on this, but we've got gay people that live in gay couples that live in these little towns and everything. There's never been, I mean, they're greeted as well as everyone else. And I don't want I don't want to have to explain to my kids if I see, they're respectful. It's not like they're making out, during a picnic or something like that. They're respectful people. But you don't want to see that, but you don't want to see a guy and a lady making out and trying to hide your kid's eyes or something like that. So you don't have to explain it to them before, it's a respect thing. You just don't, they've got no problems here and everything because they're respectful people. You don't want to see anybody getting it on, no matter if they're fruitcake or if they're
fruitcake or otherwise.
Yeah, you don't want to see it. It's just,
Billy Bob and Darlene were out back, and nobody saw what they did though.
Yeah. Exactly. Go find a place out back. Nobody's out there. Do what you got to do. No, don't come back. Tell everybody about it. Just
right. They ain't none of your business. Just stay out of it. Right.
I'll probably get you in.
Well, the lifestyle out here is a little more. Who's got time to worry about somebody else's business? I'm just trying to get my shit taken care of.
Right.
I ain't got time to worry about what's going on with neighbors unless it messes with something I've got going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To be honest with you, and I'm sure they're nice, they're great people, and I want to be a good neighbor, whatever. But I'm not gonna go hang out at the neighbor's house. I'm working on my greenhouse.
I think you nailed it right there. The big thing in the country that people need to realize is a very big motto out in the country, no matter where it is around the states. In most country places, you do you, I'll do me. You don't, you don't push anything on me, I won't push anything on you. It's like, that's just live and let live, basically, is the motto. And I apologize for saying fruitcake. I've got a gay friend, and he says it all the time, and I shouldn't shouldn't say that.
I wouldn't give a shit if he was gay or not. I'd be like, can you move that dirt from there to there? Now, you know what I'm saying? Just do it.
The dude is I met him because I hired him. He's a good carpenter, and he was really nervous. He's like, I know there's rumors about me, and he's like, it's true. He's like, does that bother you? And I was like, can you swing a hammer? And he's like, oh yeah. I was like, then who the hell cares what you do in your own time? I was like, man, I need somebody that can swing a hammer. I don't need anything else. And
be on time and be active and doing your job. Actually doing your job, acting like you own it. You know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. Yeah. That's the way I do it. That's what I say.
I agree.
Act like you own it.
I don't even care if they've got I've hired guys that just got out of jail or just got paroled or something off of drug charges. It's like, I got no problem if you can swing a hammer, and as long as you're not doing, smoking crack on the job site, your past is your past. I know a lot of people won't hire cons and stuff like that, but I tell you what, some of those cons are some work, and they've got a lot of energy built up, and they want to get out there and earn some money. I work with an ex-con at the cement company, and they're the same way. They didn't care. He had his CDL. He did everything right. He did his time. It was on, some drug charges and everything. He had possession, and he's clean. He got over it, and God, he's one of their best drivers right now.
Right. Yeah. Well, I ran a team of damn near 50 techs, maybe more. And and they're across 8 states. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't like they were all right out the office here. You know what I'm saying? So I had to manage that.
Right.
And I'll tell you what, you can't do it. You can't control it. You have to manage it. You have to delegate it to the individuals like that to do their job and then motivate them to do it. Well, I did it by giving them ownership of their position, basically. Like, dude, you're the superhero here. You're going to show up, and they're expecting you to be the man with the cape on your back saying, I'm here to fix your problem. You're supposed to be the hero of the day when you get there. Now, you got to be there on time or early, period. Okay?
And
I suggest
consistently.
Right. Now, there's no demand. There's no punishment for not being there 15 minutes early, and I'm not going to dog you about it. But you know what? Your customer's going to love you when you're 15 minutes early. Okay. Even if you got to wait 14 minutes to see the manager, you know what I'm saying? They're going to love that you're 14 minutes early. Okay. So, and they're going to see that as a professional, dedicated individual. How you educate the guy?
Beatings are no longer the proper way to motivate staff.
But you guys are the
Back in
superhero.
my
I'm
day-
only the guy giving you the resources.
Back in my day, you just take them out back and beat the shit out of them.
Yeah. I used to tell them I'm your Q. Like James Bond had Q, you know? Not the Q nowadays kind of thing.
Oh, and see, the reason I jumped up on here is I just wanted to point out that all of the obvious statements that you've been making here about, just can you swing a hammer? Can you show up? Can you do this? I'd like to take this opportunity to point out to you, and I know I do this a lot, and I'm probably going to do it again. And I know I'm not the only one that's going to do it, but I would like to take this opportunity to point out that people are stupid.
Yeah.
That's all.
They believe
They
what
have
they're told.
a choice.
I agree.
You know what? It's even worse than that because it is actually a choice. Some of them. It's a choice, and they want to be stupid. Go ahead.
And I can guarantee you guys living in the country get frustrated with it too. You hear how supposedly hateful we are and everything, and it sucks to have to keep reminding people. It's like, man, people in the country are some of the most loving, open-armed people you will ever meet in your life.
You got to stop listening to these people. You got to stop listening to these people as any kind of truth or gospel. You got to, if you got to listen to these people, you listen to them as, the voice of fucking unbalanced, left-hard, drug behind the truck kind of stupid that you don't want any part of.
So I guess I see myself as the person that set it straight.
I stopped listening to them a long time ago.
Oh, hell yeah.
Why?
Long time ago.
Why? Because all the things, everything coming out of their face, out of them, was a lie. I know better than the fact that I know better that we're not horrible people in the country. I know my neighbors. I've met them. They're very, very nice people who give a damn about me. So I'm good with that.
The coolest thing about out in the country, if you break down, like say you have a flat tire, whoever's driving by is going to pull over and then make sure you got a jack. Make sure. I mean, how many nights have I been on here talking and I had to go rescue somebody that I may not have even known him that well. It was somebody. Well, the last time was somebody my sister knew, but they were up here closer to me, so I ran out there. This guy's from the city, and he was just baffled. He's like, "Well, you don't even know me." I was like, "Well, my sister does." And it was just kind of funny
to what they have to say, whoever they.
I don't.
Fuck them.
I don't listen to what they say. I just have to. The people that may listen to them, I have to say, in my opinion, I feel like which may be right, may be wrong, who knows, but I try to set them straight.
And I get that. You still have to make the argument, but again, I just point out, listen, all of your neighbors, so that means that all of that's a lie. It's really just that simple. Your neighbors are nice people. Ask them. You've met them. You know them. You've known them for fucking years. Then little Miss 22-year-old fucking talking head on the news says, all the people that live, all the conservatives live in the country are fucking Nazi terrorists, goddamn gun wheeling. Well, who the fuck is 22-year-old little fucking talking head cunt on the fucking thing? I mean, come on.
Well, actually,
stop listening to stupid people.
What you just said there, I got to agree with one point that they say. We are some gun-toting people. I like my guns. Everybody I know like their guns, and there's a lot of guns on the hips around here. But the thing is, there's also no robberies. There's very
But if you're my
few.
neighbor, I
break-in.
trust you to wear that gun. I hope you
Yeah.
have that gun when you need that gun.
Yeah.
I trust you hope that I've got a gun when I need that gun. That's just the way it works.
Yeah, I hope my neighbor's got a gun and knows how to defend himself because I don't want whoever is attacking him getting his resources and coming after mine.
Arming
shit.
up after getting them. Yeah.
If he
Well, I
shows
go to
somebody
the range.
kills half of them, guess what? They're probably not going to go after another house.
I
They might
go to
get
the
him.
range with people in probably about 5 different counties around here. And most of them in and out of there. These counties out here, you know how it is. Even the next county over, you end up knowing most of the people, maybe not real well all of them and everything. But I go to the shooting with a lot of them, and I like to think I'm a pretty good shot and everything. And I'm nothing compared to a lot of these old boys. They are good with they know their guns. They know the feel. They know where to pull, what way to pull. They know everything about it. So I know on mine, I gotta aim a hair to the literal hair. People that know scopes know what I'm talking about, but a hair to the right.
What's that? The left leg off of a flea at 100 yards from behind my back? Something like that.
We start out with quarter. Ooh, no, we don't. I forgot that's you're not supposed to put holes in currency, but we start out with something the size of a quarter, then something the size of a nickel, and then go down to something the size of a dime, and go to the last man out.
That's, yeah. Anyway, I have, you know what I do with corporate resources whenever I get the opportunity?
Fire in the bowl.
I do. I fire in the bowl regularly.
I just couldn't help it. It was just like, that's what came to my mind.
That was a perfect setup. Absolutely perfect. I use corporate printing resources to print targets on 8.5 by 11 paper. I have probably 200, 300 fucking Osama bin Laden targets and Hillary Clinton targets and bullseye fucking IDP targets and just all kind of targets.
Yeah, the perfect reason to collect up some pallets and just take the slats off and set them up as targets out, going out all the way out your back.
Exactly. Rich gay Catholics. 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 Rich gay Catholics.
I won't say anything. I know why you two are laughing, though.
I think it's a little more than that, but yeah, the Pope's not innocent. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I was kind of fucking disappointed in the Pope. He's a Jesuit. I would have expected him to be hardcore against fucking baby killing, but apparently he's not. So he's baby killer himself.
There's a reason a lot of us Catholics call him the Black Pope, but a lot of us don't recognize the Pope. Unfortunately, there's a cultish type of grouping within the church that seem to think the Pope is some type of deity, and they don't realize that he's just a man that heads up the church.
Nancy is part of that group there. So
yes, she is. Yep.
The vicar of Christ, and the word the vicar.
But they're not real Catholics, in my opinion.
And if Chuck Schumer were any less Jewish, he would be part of that fucking group too.
Very. Yeah, he's just
I mean, listen, I don't hate Jewish people. I really don't. I got no hate. I got nothing for one way or the other.
I'm glad. Thank you.
That's cool. Yeah, Jewish people are cool people. Whatever.
Yeah, thanks.
But Chuck Schumer can suck my.
Yes. Yeah.
I have
Probably.
some crack Chuck.
He's probably pretty experienced at that, though. I want to warn you.
Jewish now, is that full blown Jewish, half blown Jewish? Are you Jewish by mommy or Jewish by marriage?
What do they call it? What do they call it? They call it. What do they call it in Jewish? Schlaben Sie Naben.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with you guys that I got no problem with anything, and even like with some of the discussion there, even with gay people, I don't. It takes too much energy to judge everybody. That's God's thing. He judges people. I don't. I got to worry about me.
You'd like that, Don. What did I miss? What wouldn't I like? What was that, Huck?
I think that the slobbing, knobbing.
Slobbing, knobbing.
Yeah.
Right.
All I gotta say is life is all about perspective. Okay, if you're on one end of that, it's one perspective. If you're on the other end of that, it's another perspective.
It ain't so great.
Just say
it. You use a key word there, Shadow. Church. Church is not necessarily religion.
Schumer sucking your dick. Yes, you're right. I would not. You're absolutely right. Yes, ma'am.
See, I know Huckleberry well enough. I know Huckleberry well enough to where I know she went full perv on that one. She caught that. When you said that, she caught it. And she was like, what?
That's fine. And if she wants to sit there and beat me about Schumer getting Schumer shucking my schlong, then that's fine. I'm good. I'll freely admit that I do not want Chuck Schumer sucking my schlong. Okay? It's purely a figure of fucking speech.
Killing me, man. Killing me.
I mean, I tell you what, even Amy, isn't Amy some hell spawn of Chuck's third cousin, fucking butt cousin removed or something like that? I wouldn't touch her with your dick. I really wouldn't. I mean, she's really that butt ugly. Sorry.
Ouch. You know what they used to say? Put a flag over her face and do it for Old Glory.
Well, you know what? You're not going to get anything there for Old Glory. You're really not. I mean, the best shot you got is to sit her in the middle of the fucking front yard with a pork chop tied to her ankle and hope the dog will play with her.
Oh my God, that's bad. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Just saying.
Poor thing. Isn't that what they say down in Texas about a girl like that? Poor thing.
Yeah. Bless her heart.
Bless her. There it
Bless
is.
her
Yeah.
heart.
That's it.
Yeah,
Bless her heart.
Yeah, bless her heart is not always a nice thing.
Right.
When a woman says bless her heart, a lot of times that is a big dig on. Yeah, that's I get a kick out of that.
Heart. You just go right ahead on that.
Yep.
That's how far you get.
You got to be very, very careful with the tone when you hear that to know how to take it.
You just let me know how that turns out. I'll see you later. I gotta go and not do that.
yeah. If you hear a certain tone in the bless you heart, it's a good reason to exit that conversation and get far away.
Right, step away from the console. You know what I'm saying? It's like nope.
Apparently, Missouri people are a lot like people here because that's exactly how it is here.
Yeah. Don is right, man. You walk through Walmart, if you know, and there's some things people talk about, they don't give a fuck who's listening. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you're just like, Holy shit. That's, oh, God.
Oh.
That's
Part of the reason I
feel
hate
so
going
sorry
in
for
those
the kid,
stores.
you know? I feel sorry for the kid that's in the cart. You know, I'm like, I'm just
Well,
like,
and I'm no prude. I'll get up here, you know, and cuss with the rest of them and everything. But when I'm in the middle of Walmart, I don't sit there and you know, use every cuss word I could think of to where everybody halfway across the store can hear me talking to somebody. You know, fuck,
Listen,
fuck,
if
you know,
the
all that
only
stuff.
verb, adjective, and pronoun you know is fuck, then don't use it every third word.
Thank you. Yes. Did you see that a lot of these idiots are posting this so-called thing that, well, smarter people cuss more? That is a fake thing. The actual test was done by Brown University, and they're considered shock words. People that use cuss words in every single discussion, they use shock words because they have an inability to articulate their message. So the people that cuss more are generally less articulate.
Smarter people normally have their foot on stupid people's throat.
well, I'm glad we're talking about this at the moment because you know what tomorrow night is, right?
Is it National Stupid People Night?
Yeah, kind of. It's full moon.
Oh, God, they're all going to be out.
Oh, yeah. It's stupid
Well,
holiday thing. Yeah, I guarantee
National
you.
Stupid People Night. Fuck.
National Stupid People Night. I'm telling you. It's another one. We have a few of them every year. Once a month, it comes around. We got National Stupid People Day. You know,
maybe a lot of them.
You watch it coordinate with the full moon, and then yeah,
Maybe a lot of them will go take pictures of mountain lions.
we can only hope. We can only hope. You know, I start advertising. Hey guys, issue a map of where the mountain lions have been seen, and if you can get pictures of them, you can post them here.
I still can't believe that. I literally thought it was a joke, like you know, like a meme.
Like that? You know who used to do shit like
we're
that?
A figment of your imagination, baby.
Right. You know, you remember? Hey, Singularity, you remember Jack used to do shit like that? Remember that poster he made? Jump for Trump.
Oh shit! Yeah.
I still got that image.
Oh yeah,
I
remember that. Jump for Trump. I remember that. That was funny as shit.
Jack used to do shit like that all the time. That's why I keep waiting to see something like that come out.
Whole herd of fucking liberal retards flying off a cliff. Oh, that was fucking funny as shit.
Try to jump from a building on the poster. Jump for Trump. And I added the subtext. Show them you won't live in a world ruled by Trump. They'll put a plaque for you. Well, they'll make you a plaque. Lifetime member.
That's one way to get in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Right. And then Facebook banned it and took it down and stuff like that. Yeah, it was funny as shit. I don't know what the fuck. So it was just, yeah. So I could see something like that going on for this. You know what I'm saying? Fuck, that's so. Well, folks, it is well after midnight. It's half past monkey's ass, quarter to his balls.
Trash too.
Yeah, I got fucking two trailers.
You got 14 lurking motherfuckers. Lurking. Oh, wow. What was Sing saying about lurking earlier?
I had to try to draw you out somehow.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, well, okay, I got it.
14 motherfuckers on here, and oh Jesus Christ! Thank you. That's all I didn't need to hear. Didn't need to see. I'm blind.
Huckleberry needs a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And a few others out
Okay.
there. Where's Jen? Jen's usually
I'm going to
lurking
be
by
in
now.
trouble for that one.
Yeah, so that's for you, Huckleberry. God bless America.
Oh,
But yeah, it's
huh?
just kind of it's a nice evening tonight, and it's feeling pretty nice. About I'm still on solar power, so that's kind of nice too. I think I figured out what that hard draw situation was in the first place. So, but that I did build that circuit, but I shortcutted it. Only used one of the devices. I got to redo that, and I'm going to test it out again. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm pulling off strong enough devices, so we'll see.
I know.
I'll,
Glad
I'll,
you got it fixed.
well, basically, it's a heat distribution issue. These small freezers, their heat distribution is through their panels on the side or the top. Well, this one appears that it's got the radiator in the top of the unit itself, because that area right there at the front, about 2 inches into the surface of the top from the front, and about 2-3 inches in from the sides, up to about 6 or 8 inches deep from that as a rectangle, was getting really, really hot. Well, I had it fully encased in styrofoam, and I didn't know that was there. So obviously that's the radiator for the cooling system. And I had it styrofoamed in there, and it hasn't been a real big issue until recently. But the damn thing's 20 years old too, so I need to give it a little help. You know what I'm saying? And what I did is I cut out the styrofoam right above that area on over the lid that closes down on the lid. The cabinet opens, and then you open the lid of the deep freezer. I don't have them tied together. Okay, so I just cut the styrofoam out above that hot spot on top of the lid, so that all it's got to do is it's got a place for the heat to go, and it can heat up the wood on top. It's already the countertop on top of it. I've covered with that laminate, Rockstar laminate, or not laminate, epoxy.
Oh, okay.
So
Yep.
I made a cutting board top on it and covered it with epoxy and set it that way. So I still need to apply a couple more coats, but it is what it is. But now it's going to be able to release that heat. And I haven't decided whether I want to cut vents for it or not. But we'll see how it works. And it seems to be working well because it's not drawing the system down like it was before. Otherwise, I'd already be out of it. Huh?
What's fuel costing you there right now for running your Jenny?
About 450, 440, right in that neighborhood.
You
So,
guys are
yeah,
64 cents less than here.
Yeah. In fact, let me check real quick. I'll do a quick check on that because I haven't checked in the last few days.
I just at
Well,
the little town here, I just paid $5.04 a gallon today.
504. Shit. Well, that's Colorado. It is a little more, you know.
Yep.
I'm seeing, holy shit. Oh, wow. 389. What the hell? Oh, at the local town, the one town closest is 448. Potosi, the other town near me, I'm seeing 398 and 389. Holy shit. Holy shit. I mean, I'm not emptying fuel cans to jump and run and get gas, but damn it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
We're still 478 here.
78.
Oh. I was like,
Colorado's everything right now, we're up there with New York and California. It's ticking me off.
389. Son of a bitch.
At 389, man, I would do a backflip. Well, not right now. I would
Well,
probably break
like I
massive
said,
out.
it is 50 cents cheaper a gallon there than it is the next closest town to me, but they don't have a lot of stuff that I need from the town itself. So it is 20 miles away. So it's a gallon there and a gallon back. You know what I'm saying? So right there's almost $8. So I got to make it worth my while to go save $8 on buying fuel. You know what I'm saying?
You got a bed tank you could put in your pickup, fill up like 100, 150 gallon.
Who's got the money to fill that motherfucker? You know what I'm saying? Sorry. Right. But
I don't have it, but unfortunately that's about how much I go through anymore.
I know, right? Right. Exactly. Exactly. I can't imagine, dude. 100 gallons, that's $389. You know what I'm saying? So
That's pretty much a 2-week period for me right now. I'm going through about 240 a week. Well, right now it's down to probably about 200 a week, 218.
I was going through about 50 gallons a week. Yeah, I can see that easy. Yep.
Unfortunately, though, I'm rural, so the little town I live in, I would starve if I did work just here. So a lot of times I'm driving 40 miles out in the middle of nowhere to the country to do some farmer's house or something like that every day. It's not like I could stay in a motel or anything. I've actually contemplated buying my neighbor's camper and going out there with a couple of guys.
Just job sited. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, man, if you do, you get a camper or you probably got a fucking camper, dude. But yeah, get you one of these MoFi 4500s, man. Hook it up as an extra phone line, and you've got internet everywhere you go, anywhere you go, for any reason. And and it's as simple as put it in there and get power to it, and you've got internet.
I will give you guys something. I'll give you guys a freebie to make fun of me about. I've got a fifth wheel camper. I sold my dually and then had a oh shit moment. Because my half-ton won't pull
another one.
Yeah, and my half-ton will not pull my fifth wheel.
No, it won't.
Yeah.
No,
so it's lawn art right now. So yeah, Don, you can make fun of me for being one of the stupid people right now.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You telling me you don't know anybody with a fifth wheel truck?
I can get one real easy. Yeah, I've got a cousin where I can get one anytime.
Fuel money and $50. You give him fuel money and a case of beer, move that fucker anywhere you want.
Yeah. And I got brother-in-laws that drive diesels and stuff like that. Yeah, so I could move it. It's just that my dually, I didn't completely think it through selling it.
Right. But you still move that thing around. Just not at your convenience. Yeah.
But that old Power Stroke, I wasn't driving it. I was paying insurance. I was paying tags, everything on it. It wasn't moving. I got a really good offer on it. So I was like, yeah, we can do that. I wasn't planning on selling it, but everything's for sale for a price.
Right. There's a reason somebody bought it from you.
Yeah.
Just like that guy that bought my truck. There's a reason that people are after them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
It's a 3/4 ton B71 off-road, so 99. I wasn't happy with the truck. Actually, I was going to work with it, but I was really upset that it was a 99 because I wanted it to be an 89. You know what I'm saying?
The cool thing about the 99, though, you had the Vortec in it. And the Vortec, in my opinion, is way better than that throttle body.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm not going to be using that for long anyway.
Carb or?
Yeah.
Good luck buying a carburetor right now. I just put a new carburetor on my old 79 pickup that I'm getting ready for my niece. She's always liked that pickup. She always used, when she was little, she used to come out and help me work on it. So she's going to get it here in a few weeks. Put a new carburetor on that thing, and that was almost $800 for a 750 Edelbrock.
Yeah.
Well, something 10 years ago would have been $300.
I've got a 1981 Chevy Econoline long bed van cargo.
Van? Oh,
Huh?
nice. Nice.
It's in my first videos. Remember the video was showed my van? It's black. It's got
Oh, yeah,
flames
yeah, yeah.
on it. It's got the mags and shit like that. It's got a blown engine, 351M carbureted.
351M. That was their 351 with the big block, right?
Big block 4-bolt main. Yep.
Yeah.
It's a one ton. It's a one ton.
Nice. It had a lot of power. It wasn't quite a Cleveland, but it still had a lot of power.
Dude, I'd walk that thing up cliffs. Well, it's been down. It was down in the river. Well, what we call the bottom of the lake, Eric Camp, where we used to camp all the time before I actually moved here. We used to go down there, and I'd drive it down into the woods to the bottom, what we call the bottom of the lake. That's where we used to go.
Four-wheel drive?
No. I don't need to. I don't need 4-wheel drive. I got 2 to turn. I know how to do it.
Nice. Nice.
I'd walk that son of a bitch all the way down that valley. That full 1-ton van. Shit, yeah. And loaded with shit, too. It was loaded with everything. There's barely room for kids. And there were several of those.
4-wheel drive vans here got really popular. People are buying them up like crazy. They're turning them into mini RVs that they can get on some of these trails.
That's why we never put a paint job on it, bro. We just sprayed it with spray cans. It was an old work truck van kind of deal.
Hey, right on. Give it some color.
Yeah. It was a rescue van. It even has the jumper cable kit still on it, to where it's got the plug in underneath the front, and it's got the 30-foot fucking cables and shit, so you can park behind somebody and run the cables up and jump them. Yeah, it's badass. It blew the engine. I threw a rod, so I got to pull the engine and rebuild it. But it's turning out. It looks like that's going to be the best option so far, and I don't have a problem rebuilding an engine. So,
how pricey are the parts for a 351 modified?
Well, the crank's probably okay. It's not the parts I'm going to need. We're only going to be like bearings and seals. The heads are fine on it, or at least they were. I'd probably pull them apart and shine them up a little bit. But yeah, I don't have a problem rebuilding that engine. I just need parts and the machinery. If I have to, the worst thing could possibly be is I have a cylinder scar somewhere along the way because of a rod pull or something like that. And if I have to take it to a machine shop, could end up costing me about $700-800 having reconditioned that block.
Yeah.
So that's acid bath and honing and miking it, and then turn around and yeah, it'll be perfect when I get back, but I'll have to redo all the fucking mains and the rod bearings and the all the gaskets. Everything's got to be redone. Probably even freeze plugs, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? The whole 9 yards.
Yep. I like rebuilding motors. Automatic transmissions.
Yeah.
What's that?
I said that son of a bitch has got 289,000 miles on it.
Oh, wow. Nice. So it's time for it anyways.
Right.
Time for a rebuild anyways, probably.
Yeah, kind of, probably, yeah. It was stretching it when I bought it, but I tell you what, that fucker is badass.
How are you with automatic transmissions?
I'm okay. I can do either.
Are you?
Or, yeah, I'm good with both.
I've tried a couple automatics. I've never had luck with getting them to pull right, shift right. I don't know what the deal is.
Right. It's all in the pedal, dude. It's all in the gas. You just got to know where your limits are. It's all in the gas pedal. Yeah, you can do it.
Oh,
If you can get it. If you can't manage it on the tree or on the shifter, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Put it in drive. You can manage it with the gas. Pull off, push back on. You're in second. A lot of times, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's a finesse deal or a certain speed limit set that triggers it. and then you can manage it just like you did on your trucks, just like you do on your trucks when you don't use the gear shift. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, your gear shift without the clutch.
Right.
You know how to do that, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Only time I ever use the clutch is getting off dead stop. I never touch the clutch otherwise going in reverse is about the only other time. But yeah, you don't need the clutch. Why are you pushing the clutch? That's what I used to tell people. I was like, why are you pushing the clutch? You ain't figured that out yet.
Well, we gotta troll.
So,
Zach's on it.
oh, can't drive a
He's a
manual.
bro dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's a bro dude.
Oh, sorry, you're useless. We understand that, but don't take it out on us. We have nothing to do with it. We have fire in the motherfucking boat. That's right. That's what I got to say. Fire in the motherfucking boat. We kick
Zach,
control
you need
before
to
we
work
leave.
off some. Zach needs
There
to
you
work.
go.
Zach needs to work off some aggression. We'll let
Right.
him have
That'd be
fun with the
perfect
trolls.
night, and then he gets to swat a fly. That's great. I love it. Fuck yeah, fire in the motherfucking boat.
Oh, Huckleberry had to work off some aggression.
And Dunn had to leave just before sign off. Shit. Okay. Well, this all brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.com. If you need seeds or anything else for your growing operations and needs for your medicinal kind of content deal there, you look up Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.com and you will find what you need. Okay. And you talk to the proprietor there. We know him as Don T. Rump or that guy. So
how sad of a life does a person have to get their jollies coming into a YouTube chat room just to troll people?
I know, right? I know. It's just like, what? You're gonna, yeah, it's all cool. It's all good. They need a job too. It's their job. They're probably getting paid to do it.
Right.
I gotta log in so many hours and hit so many channels a night. Fuck you.
It was car talk, so that's a conservative thing, so they have to be careful. They have to car talk. That's dangerous.
I think Don lured him in by naming tonight's show "Free Healthcare."
I saw that. I was like, that's got to be Don calling me out. So that's why I put the Don. I know you're here somewhere. I can hear you breathing.
Right. I just like I'm waiting for Singularity to come up. I seen it come up. I was like, I know who that is. and Miriam looks at me like, who's that? I was like, Dante. Oh, okay. Because Canoes wouldn't. I don't think Canoes would do that. Yeah, I think Canoes would be like meat popsicle night or something.
That had to be Don. Yeah.
But I appreciate him bringing it up on time and getting the channel warmed up for us. That was awesome. I thank you very much, Don. That was awesome. I appreciate that.
It was either Don or somebody channeling their inner Don.
Right. No, I think Don channeling his inner Don. That was cool.
Oh shit, we're in trouble now.
Right. Oh, I'll take a video of my little project for my alternative system I'm just putting together from the trash I'm leftovers from my other systems. I'll do a video of that because I'm actually kind of interested to see if I can make it work. I've got two partially dead batteries. They won't reach 12 volt and maintain it. One reaches 9, and then the other one reaches like a 4.5 or 5. Right. So I've hooked them up in series so I can treat it like a 12 volt battery. I think it'll work. I just got to get it charged up right. I got the charge controller rigged. So, and I got it started up at 12 volt sequence. the panels will put down 18. So once the panels come up, I know it'll activate. If they can keep the charge controller live all night till the sun comes up, I stand a chance for this project to actually work. But we'll know as soon as I get up and go out there and look at it if it worked or not. Otherwise, I got to restart it, and that means I have to charge the batteries again and get her started and then function it. So we'll see.
The next
But-
5 days are going to drive me nuts. They don't want me to do anything. I've got too much crap to do, and they don't want me to do anything. These next 5 days are going to suck.
Oh, right. But I still, the first thing I got to do tomorrow is, of course, chores, take care of an animal, check the garden, shit like that. But as soon as I'm done with that, I got to reload earth on the trailer, run it back over to the garden, and try to get off at least a trailer load tomorrow. That's at least it's not all the way up to the front, but still.
So,
Yeah.
So, you remember I told you I bought a new rototiller, right? And I was having trouble. It just wasn't digging, couldn't figure it out.
Right.
It was over the weekend. I flipped it up, and when they assembled it, they put the freaking tines on backwards. So the blunt end was hitting the ground and not the sharp end. It was the blunt end, and that thing was just trying to hop all over the place.
Oh my Lord,
I couldn't believe it. It's like, wow, must have been a high school kid working there or something, because that was impressively, yeah.
How do you do that? I mean, how did you make it work?
I had to keep spading it up to get it to work. And I didn't even think you buy it assembled. You don't think you're going to have to check out, make sure everything's put on right. I checked the fluids, started up, started running it, and thing would beat the heck out of me. And I was like, man, something's wrong here. Flipped it up, and yep, the tines were on backwards. So
Yeah. I know exactly what he did. Yeah, I can see it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Put the left on the right and the right on the left, and as all I had to do is swap them out. Man, that thing's a digging mofo now.
Well, the thing is that mine goes in two directions. I can forward tilt or I can rear tilt against the forward drive.
Yep,
I
my
can
rear
tilt
tine
or I
does
can
that.
forward tilt. Now the forward tilt is good for when you're ripping top ground, trying to go through roots, trying to strip out, grass and roots and stuff like that. The forward turning tines when you're doing that works really well. And then when you want to get deep, you just go reverse and push that so much in the ground. But yeah.
And that's nice. I do miss my rear tine, but my sister had a lot bigger area, so I gave it to her and bought that front tine.
Oh, you had a front
that
tine?
rear tine, the one I just bought was a front tine. It's a little 5.5 horse front tine.
Oh, badass, dude! You can get as deep as you want with that son of a bitch.
Yep, it'll get in there now. Now it will. Before it wasn't. It just jump around on me like a friggin' pogo stick.
Oh shit! Oh man! All right, guys. I'm gonna on that note, and God bless you all. Thank you for coming out, hanging out, showing up, and being part of the show. We love you
Take
all.
care, guys.
And pray for you all, and Zoom and Canoes, and unless Canoes wants to come up and keep her going for a while. Does that sound like a plan? For a while, we got 14 people watching, and Shadow Man Payne is here. He said night all. Hey guys, we will be back tomorrow night. We'll see you then. God bless you. Dream well, because we're gonna win this shit, and we will see you tomorrow night. Good night.